At some location, a horde of green-skinned goblins, weapons in hand, charged toward the protagonist, eager to spill his blood. A voice rang out, "Ban Yuan, are you ready?" A quick glance revealed hundreds of them. Yet Yuan showed no trace of fear. "Are you ready?" he said coldly. Suddenly, something streaked past, slamming into the goblins, instantly shredding those it hit. Without moving a finger, Yuan watched as the goblins charging him were obliterated, leaving the survivors too wary to attack carelessly. The cause was a spiked flail that flew on its own. After wiping out the first wave, it returned, hovering behind Yuan. A rain of goblin body parts fell, making the remaining goblins gasp and retreat a few steps. Amid their panic, an arrow shot from afar, slicing through the air. It didn't reach Yuan, as the flail shattered at mid-flight. The arrow drew his attention, and not just his. The surviving goblins turned to glare at the archer goblin like it was an idiot, probably cursing its ancestors in their minds. As if sensing Yuan's intent to deal with the archer, the goblins scattered, leaving the bow-wielding goblin alone. Relying on numbers and daring to charge? Even shooting arrows recklessly? If you think Ban Yuan's skills are that limited to enter this dungeon, you're gravely mistaken. Manga transformation, Yuan shouted. A golden magic circle appeared beneath the flail's handle, emitting a radiant glow as if transforming. The goblins, sensing he was about to unleash havoc, seized the moment while the weapon was still changing, roaring to bolster their courage and charging in mass. But the transformation took less than a second. The flail morphed into a magical cannon, its barrel glowing red, charging energy. Yuan grinned. "Let's go." To explain this, we rewind to when Yuan was a child. At 4, by some miracle, he read from the light of my life, the flame of my existence. His innocent recitation of words thrilled his parents. "Honey, our son's reading in the original language." "He's a genius," his bespectacled father exclaimed, making his wife blush. "Dear, when did you teach him English?" "I didn't," he replied casually. The air grew cold. "How does he know languages from countries he's never seen?" The father worried. His wife's knitting froze. Yuan even mumbled Japanese and Chinese, deepening their confusion. As if answering, the door burst open. "Haha, our Yuan inherited our ancestors' bloodline. Our families finally birthed a child to fulfill our ancient wish, to reclaim the Tower of Babel." A burly old man boomed, holding a child under his arm. The couple, used to this, shook their heads. "Oh, Dad's at it again." "Yumi, come here," the wife said awkwardly. The father sighed. "Dad, wash your hands first." Annoyed they didn't believe him, the old man nearly snapped his racket. "The Tower of Babel is real." Sure, the father replied, eyes glued to his newspaper, clearly humoring him. "Did you have fun with Grandpa today?" Yuan's mother asked. Unable to convince them, the old man turned to his grandson. "UW, let me borrow this." He grabbed Yuan's sketchbook and crayons, drawing as he spoke. Long ago, in a chaotic world, our great ancestor of the Ban family had the power to let people communicate. With it, he led them to build an unyielding tower, the Tower of Babel. Intrigued, Yuan asked, "The tower our ancestors built? Is it a skyscraper? Were they its masters?" His eyes sparkled like coins, realizing his family might not be as poor as he thought. He hugged his grandfather's leg. "Where's our skyscraper?" Ignoring the question, the old man laughed. "Our ancestor was a language master, translating and transforming all tongues. We must never forget we're descendants of such a great figure." "I told you to wash your hands," the father grumbled. "You asked about the tower?" "I don't know where it is," the old man admitted, dimming Yuan's excitement. "It's our building," the boy said wistfully. But his grandfather gripped his shoulders. "One thing I'm certain of, find it, and our family will restore its full power and glory." As a child, Yuan dreamed his extraordinary linguistic gift would fulfill his family's ancient wish. But his power far exceeded that. Years later, Ban Yuan, now a college entrance examinee, checked his scores on his computer, muttering, "With these, I'm sure to pass." He aimed for the Political Science and International Relations Department at S University. "Why haven't they released the results yet?" he complained, squinting at the screen as it glitched chaotically. "What's wrong?" He mashed F5 to fix it. Before the computer recovered, a virtual window appeared, freezing his actions. "What's this?" "A blue window with weird writing I've never seen." Squinting, he read, "The greatest academy across all dimensions. Congratulations, you've passed the preliminary review." Yuan leapt from his chair, panicked. What the hell? How can I read this? Notifications kept popping up. Student Ban Yuan, summoned to the practical evaluation site. If you pass, you'll become a reserve student. Prepare yourself. A countdown, 198. Yuan grew wary, scanning the room. Who's pranking me? Ban Yumi, come out, he shouted. At that moment, his computer fixed itself, displaying good news. Admission letter, Faculty of Political Science and International Relations, Candidate BL, Ban Yuan. Born February 20th, 2001. We're pleased to inform you of your acceptance to S University, Class of 2020. May 4th, 2020, S University President. Yuan sighed in relief. Haha, I must have been too nervous. Just seeing things. Unaware, the blue screen's countdown continued. Teleporting to test site in year 4321 for practical evaluation. Student Ban Yuan, proceed. As it ended, Yuan vanished from his room. At the same time, his sister Yumi entered, calling, Hey, Ban Yuan, did you pass? Ban Yuan, she shouted, finding no trace of her brother despite hearing him moments ago. Scene shifts to a limestone cave. Strange magic circles appeared in the air. A flash, and Yuan crashed onto the ground, yelping in pain. Ignoring his state, the system announced, Special practical evaluation for candidates from secondary dimensions has begun. Defeat the blind goblins and destroy the dungeon core. Yuan, though reluctant, accepted his reality. This is insane. Not a game. I'm really summoned? This headache's too real to be a hallucination. What's a special practical evaluation? Send me back. I didn't sign up for this, he yelled, clutching his head. But this was a testing ground, not a place for complaints. Footsteps behind him silenced his protests. They're coming. Two ferocious blind goblins with wooden clubs approached. Human. I hear a human. Praise here, they said, scanning around. Yuan covered his mouth, retreating slowly. Pray? They mean me? Oh God, I understand their language too. Blind goblins, dungeon core, what's happening? Do I have to beat them to escape? Like a game or novel. Scanning his surroundings, the pain and realism confirmed it wasn't a dream. The goblins turned left and right, unable to see him despite his proximity. They said blind goblins, right? I need to defeat them to escape, but how? A modern guy can't even beat a chihuahua. Yuan screamed internally, pounding the ground. This foolish act alerted the goblins to his position. A wooden club swung toward his groin, nearly making him apologize to his ancestors. What the? They can't see me? Don't panic, he reassured himself. But his flip-flops betrayed him, squeaking as he moved. The hatted goblin charged, swinging its club. Yuan dodged, narrowly escaping. The blow cratered the ground. A hit would have crushed him. Collapsing to the side, he covered his mouth, lying still to hide. The other goblin heard the noise, asking, What's that? Sound from over there. Sure of it, the bald one replied. It's here, don't let it escape, the hatted one confirmed. Yuan barely breathed. Calm down, calm down. They're blind but sensitive to sound and movement. They hunt by coordinating to corner prey. At this rate, I'll get caught no matter how well I hide. If I don't want to die, I need to think. Their habits, I can exploit them. No time left, act now. Yuan schemed, using their sound sensitivity. He grabbed a nearby stone and threw it ahead. The clatter drew both goblins' attention, luring them away. As they shouted and charged toward the sound, the bald goblin fumbled, finding only stones. Confused but unaware of the trap, it hesitated. Seizing the moment, Yuan thought, now. He hurled a brick-sized rock at the bald goblin's head, drawing blood. The prey's behind, it shouted, swinging its club backward. The blow hit the hatted goblin's face, mangling its teeth. Before it could explain, Yuan mimicked its voice. The prey's resisting. Take it down. Hearing this, the hatted goblin gripped its club, smashing forward, caving in the bald goblin's head, killing it instantly. Its massive body collapsed, pinning the hatted goblin. Panting from tension, Yuan saw the two goblins incapacitated. The hatted one was still alive, and to pass the test, he had to finish it. Noticing their dropped club, he approached the struggling goblin. Sensing his footsteps, it looked up. Yuan, slightly panicked, muttered, Sorry, But you tried to kill me, so this was expected, right? Don't hesitate. If I can't finish even a dying creature, I'll never escape. Raising the club, he ended the goblin's life. After a few screams, its body stiffened, then went limp. Looking at the corpses, Yuan sighed. I survived for now. Suddenly, a gentle golden light emanated from the goblins' bodies. Runes rose, flowing toward Yuan. What's this? He said, bewildered. The system answered, congratulations on completing your first dungeon hunt. Your reward, the power of advanced spatial authority. Babylon code unlocked. Staring at the ancient runes swirling around his hand, Yuan gasped. This is... The Babylon code authority has been unlocked. This power manifests as hieroglyphs, a language familiar to its wielder. Additional information. Hieroglyphs are symbols conveying ideas through images, broadly referring to characters describing an object's concept. Seeing this notification, Yuan's eyes lit up with slight surprise. It understands the user so well. Hieroglyphs familiar to him? Chinese characters, he declared, and the system immediately confirmed, displaying the result. Chinese characters successfully registered with phonetic transcription to describe sounds. These characters convey meaning through their forms. From the two goblins, the acquired concepts are demon, life, and physique. Other concepts are too complex and irrelevant to the wielder's current absorption level. At that moment, Chinese characters began rising from the goblins' corpses. Yuan, after hearing the notification, was still unclear. Wait, acquire and absorb, he exclaimed, watching the goblins' bodies dissolve. Thinking, my power isn't just language. It can extract concepts from objects. As they vanished, the system elaborated. Absorbed 0.2 Demon. Demon is a concept humans cannot possess. It's recommended to store it in the Babylon code or assign it to other objects. As the goblins' corpses faded, 3 colored Chinese characters appeared: red, green, purple. Yuan, vaguely grasping their use, grabbed the green one, saying, so I can keep or apply concepts. Let's try. Boldly, he infused the green character into his body. The system announced, absorb 0.4 life. Wielder's life increased to 10.4, overall ability and potential enhanced. Instantly, Yuan felt invigorated, his spirit soaring. Already feeling more confident, he said cheerfully. Riding the momentum, he absorbed the red character, his body visibly bulking up. Absorb 0.2 physique. Wielder's physique increased to 10.2, health improved. Yuan felt euphoric, like he'd taken a hit of something strong. What's this feeling of strength? Not just arm power, muscles, everything's enhanced. I've comprehended, acquired, and absorbed their concepts. The goblins' bodies, drained of power, left only 2 wooden clubs. If concepts can be applied not just to myself, but to objects, it might work. If it does, I'll escape this dungeon. I can do this. Now. Using the purple character, Yuan, empowered by the goblin's stolen strength, carved a path to the dungeon core. Behind him lay countless goblin corpses strewn like dead dogs. I used my unlocked power to wipe out all the blind goblins, he said, casually smashing the dungeon core to pieces. The system promptly confirmed. Congratulations on passing the special practical evaluation for secondary dimension candidates. Yuan sighed in relief. Phew, so I can go home now, right? He grinned uncontrollably. But the heavens said, no way this story ends here. The system added, candidate will be teleported to the dormitory. What? Yuan shouted before a flash whisked him away. Not home, but to an unfamiliar world. This was Union Academy. Inside a room, Yuan appeared, eyes darting around, muttering, where the hell am I? The system explained. Congratulations on passing the practical exam and becoming a reserve student. Prepare your attire in the dormitory and attend the interview. Wear the Union Academy uniform, our pride. It conjured clothes and shoes. Furious at being forced, Yuan snapped. What's this? An interview? I got into college already. Now I have to wear a uniform again? Give me back my freshman days. Dragging me to near death. Now an interview? I'll teach those in charge some manners. He donned the uniform and stormed off to confront the interviewers. Navigating as if he knew the place, he muttered to himself. Bursting through a door, he froze. A stunning woman with long, neatly braided orange hair adorned with a flower stood before him. Seeing him barge in, she exclaimed in surprise. Facing her beauty, Yuan's bravado vanished, his body stiff as a board. No matter how fierce, a pretty girl tames all. My God, she's gorgeous. Green skin and alien? Too beautiful. The woman, noting his flustered state, guessed his identity. Welcome, student Ban Yuan. I'm Yumina, professor of combat magic at Union Academy. Nice to meet you. Yes, hi, Yuan stammered. She continued, congratulations on passing the practical exam. Welcome back. Thanks, he replied, scratching his head. Also, Yuan, your performance caught every professor's attention. Believe it or not, you're the first in 500 years to create a new item during the evaluation. At 500 years, Yuan's face twisted like he was constipated. 500 years? I was dragged here clueless and nearly died. He screamed internally. Unfazed by his expression, Yumina beamed. Amazing. Truly, this is an exceptional case beyond the special exam. Yuan sighed at her cheerfulness. Worlds apart, different mindsets. I'll leave this weird place after the interview, he thought, shifting focus. His eyes widened. Professor, what's that pillar? Yumina turned to the window. Pillar? So secondary dimension students really know nothing about Union or that pillar. It's why Union Academy was founded. We train exceptional students from various dimensions to reach the tower's peak. It's Union's aspiration and the shared wish of all dimensions, the dungeon of dungeons. The source of all mysteries and dangers, the Tower of Babel. Yuan's heart raced. It was the tower his grandfather always spoke of. Ancestors, a dungeon? The building from Grandpa's stories. What's this, Grandpa? Everything you told me is here? But they call it a dungeon of dungeons, taken over by weird monsters? No matter, I'll reclaim our family's glory. Yuan grinned, deciding to join Union Academy. Thanks to the professor's favor, he returned home briefly. After explaining, his grandfather went wild. What? You found the Tower of Babel? Well done, my grandson. Dad, calm down, his father urged, preventing a heart attack. After explanations, Yuan prepared for enrollment. Now, in Union's low-tier dungeon, the Hobgoblin Cave, he readied for admission. Wielding an infinite ammo AK-47, he taught the goblins the power of modern civilization. The goblins didn't even reach him before a hail of bullets shredded them. Yuan advanced calmly, unstoppable. Here we go. Before, my power was just language, but now I've acquired from goblins. Demon 3.4, Life 6.8, Physique 3.4, Murder 0.34, Shock 0.57. Everything's different. With the Babylon Code, I can verbalize, absorb, and manipulate concepts. Each enemy defeated gives me concepts I comprehend, making me stronger. The concepts from the Blind Goblin Dungeon were infused into this club, turning it into a powerful weapon. Meet my buddy. He glanced at the spiked flail, which autonomously smashed a sneaking goblin, breaking its jaw. This is the goblin's flail. The first item Ban Yuan created by infusing demonic energy into a club. It transforms and acts freely per its master's command. Admiring it, Yuan stroked it. Created by chance, but it helped me ace the evaluation. After fawning over it, he surveyed the goblin limbs around, muttering, time to collect loot. Checking the Babylon Code, he absorbed Life 5, Demon 3, Goblin 5, Physique 3, Soul 2, Leadership 1, Murder 1.7, Family 0.05. One notification caught his eye. Among the concepts from these monsters, there's one I've never seen. What's Soul? The flail, Bang Manga, darted excitedly. What you wanted? Yuan asked. It nodded eagerly, so he gave it. Of course it's yours. Wait, I'll give you Life, Goblin, and Demon too. Focusing, he gathered the floating hieroglyphs into a sphere. This is what I've learned so far. He infused the sphere into Bang Manga. The flail glowed brilliantly, as if evolving. The concepts blended perfectly, enabling item transformation. Goblin 2.5 and Beast 4 combined autonomously, creating an item beyond its current depth. Yuan's eye sparkled. Beast? So a concept I extracted transformed on its own. The sphere cracked, revealing a small snake. Through superior fusion, a new beast goblin was perfected. Beast goblin? Combining goblin and beast created this? So cool, can I touch it? Hesitant, he reached out. The snake, recognizing its master, nuzzled his arm. Same personality. Can it still turn into a gun or shield? He muttered. So cute. All right, your name's Eve. Before leaving, let's check growth stats. He focused on his stats. Banyu 1, Life 45.1, Physique 32, Soul 324.5, Mana 38.7, Swordsmanship 14.2, Leadership 1, All-Seeing Eye 105, All-Hearing Ear 100, All-Speaking Tongue 100. Life's like a game level. Physique is physical state, but why's my soul so high? All-Seeing Eye and All-Hearing Ear must tie to my language skills. Ignore what I don't get. He turned to Eve. What do you think, Eve? Ready to fit in with classmates? Eve shook its head shyly. No worries, growth stats matter most, right? As the dungeon core was destroyed, the system asked, the core is broken. Exit the dungeon. All right, let's go. Time for Union's entrance ceremony. He pressed the screen button, and a magic circle teleported him. At Union Academy's entrance ceremony hall, the atmosphere buzzed with diverse races. U1 even spotted a knockoff Adidas logo beside a smiley face. In the grand hall, new students found seats. Magically, U1 appeared in the center, startling those nearby. Observing the crowd, he marveled. Wow, so many people. Activating All-Seeing Eye, which reads attributes based on proficiency, he saw others' stats. A lava-like youth had BBC stats, while a handsome blonde had S rank, intimidatingly strong. U1 shivered. As expected, unlike me from a secondary dimension, regular students are 10 times stronger. Where's my seat? He wondered. A voice barked. Hey, secondary dimension kid, stop wandering. Get over there. It was a hulking figure, like a final boss. Outmatched, U1 waved. Oh, all right, thanks. His cowardice drew laughs. Unfazed, he thought. No surprise, regular students are overconfident, discriminating against secondary dimension folks. The strong disdain the weak everywhere. A blonde youth called. Hey, special admission student, over here. U1 scurried over. A spot for secondary dimension students? Feels like exile, he thought awkwardly. Checking their stats, his eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, are these really secondary dimension students? All three could wipe out the regular students. At this moment, following U1's gaze, the blonde boy had a rank of SAA, the white-haired girl was SSS, and finally, the pink-haired girl was ABS. However, U1 also noticed three other ranks, a question mark, C, and S. After getting a clear look at each other's faces, it seemed U1 and the blonde boy were already acquainted. Is that you? Hey, Light. Is this place ours? Pretty awesome. U1 said, while thinking to himself. This guy is Light, a handsome dude I met at the dorm before the entrance ceremony. Our first meeting was a bit memorable. Back then, in the dorm room, Light had greeted the protagonist by pointing a sword directly at him and shouting, "Who's there?" With the sword inches from his throat, U1's eyes widened. Hey, dressed like this, who else could I be? I'm a freshman, your roommate. U1 yelled, startling Light, who realized his reaction was a bit extreme. Oh, sorry. I just finished a practical assessment, so I'm still a bit on edge. You okay? Yeah, U1 replied, though he was slightly annoyed. This pretty boy looks like a prince from a fairy tale, but he's got a short fuse. Still, he apologized, so he's probably not that bad, U1 thought. Before he could mention his own test, fighting blind goblins, Light smirked dismissively. That was your practical assessment? Even a basic trained rookie could hunt goblins. My test was against a squad of weasels and bears. Light bragged about his exploits, making U1's blood boil as he thought, apologized a second ago, and now he's insufferable. This guy's got zero tact. Brushing it off, U1's expression softened. Speaking of which, we haven't even showered yet, and we're already chatting. It's been a while since I had someone to talk to. Same here, Light nodded. Then, U1 took off his shirt, revealing a muscular build. All right, let's hit the showers. The bathroom's shared, right? As he casually continued the conversation while heading to shower, Light's face turned red as a ripe tomato for some reason. You go first, Light said. Huh. U1 turned back, confused. But Light, too embarrassed to meet his eyes, stammered, I'll shower later. U1 gave the blonde a strange look. Back in the present, time had smoothed over that awkward moment. Since this was a place reserved for specially selected students, U1 turned to greet the others. Oh, hi. The pink-haired girl responded cheerfully. Her innocent, adorable demeanor nearly made Yu-won faint from cuteness overload. Too cute. Nice to meet you, he repeated, then turned to the white-haired girl. Oh, right, you too. Hi. The white-haired girl with striking black eyes stared intently at Yu-won, making him a bit uneasy. What's up, he asked. That thing wrapped around your arm is interesting, she said calmly. Yu-won immediately knew what she meant and didn't hide it, calling out his little snake, Eve. You mean Eve? You guys can see her, huh? Seeing Eve's cute appearance, all three of them melted instantly. Even the cold-looking white-haired girl blushed with excitement at the sight of Eve. So cute. That's the item from before, right? It's changed so much in just a few days, Light said. Hey, can I touch it? It's adorable, the pink-haired girl said longingly. The white-haired girl introduced herself. I'm Dako, daughter of the martial hero. What's your name? Oh, I'm Ban Yu-won, the protagonist replied, then asked, but what's a martial hero? Do you have some kind of martial arts? Like shooting energy blasts? Hearing this, all three chuckled, leaving Yu-won confused. Dako, trembling with suppressed laughter, covered her mouth. You're not entirely wrong. Really? In a fantasy world like this, martial arts clans wouldn't be surprising, Yu-won said with a grin. The pink-haired girl introduced herself. Oh, I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you. I'm a Slight. You can call me Light. Nice to meet you all, Light said with a bright smile. But then, Dako turned away, as if dismissing Light, making him roll his eyes. Seeing this, Yu-won just gave a goofy smile and said, looks like the ceremony's about to start. He noticed a beautiful professor sitting on the stage. Oh, that's Professor Yumina, he exclaimed, surprising Light. Professor Yumina was your advisor? Yeah, you too. As soon as he spoke, the auditorium lights shifted, and the ceiling slowly parted, revealing the sky. The ceiling's opening? What's going on? The group said in confusion. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. All students, gather here. With the voice came an overwhelming pressure on their shoulders, terrifying the group. What's this? This insane pressure. Yu-won thought in panic, but gritted his teeth and looked up. The voice continued. The entrance ceremony for the 2557th class of Union Academy officially begins. The voice came from a massive eye-like illusion, an entity of immense power. Time passed quickly. Professor Yumina greeted Yu-won's group. Pretty impressive, right? That was the principal's speech, she said with a smile. But the students didn't respond, likely still reeling from the entity's presence. Yu-won calmly sipped his tea, nodding. Very impressive. Was that giant eyeball the principal? His words shocked the group, who turned to him. You saw that eye? You dare to look up? That overwhelming aura. Most people couldn't even glance at it. It was terrifying. Their panicked reactions surprised Yu-won, as he felt the pressure but didn't find it unbearable. Meanwhile, Dako stared at him, as if trying to figure out why this weakling could look at such a terrifying entity. That entity used a special method to conceal its true form. How did you manage it? Seeing her scrutinize him, Yu-won got goosebumps and quickly explained, just a feeling. It felt like a giant eye watching us. Putting aside how Yu-won saw the principal, Yumina moved to the main topic. Anyway, that was indeed the principal. Unless you achieve something extraordinary or cause trouble, you won't meet him again. But it seems Yu-won might get a private meeting. She looked at him with interest. Hearing he'd have to meet such a figure, Yu-won looked dejected. Why does it sound like you're cursing me, Professor? Yumina laughed, covering her mouth. Haha. As your advisor, your achievements are mine too. From now on, give it your all. Light's eyes widened in surprise. So, Professor Yumina will be our advisor? Exactly, she said, sipping her tea. This shocked Light. One of the 9 official professors is overseeing us. He thought in disbelief. Yumina set her tea down and introduced herself. I haven't formally introduced myself, have I? I'm Yumina, teaching combat magic and your homeroom teacher for Class 11. Let's work hard for the next 5 years. I thought only teaching assistants handled secondary students, Light said. Yumina nodded. Normally, yes. But this year, you're an exceptionally special group, so I'm taking on this role. She thought to herself, truly special, to the point I wonder how only students like you were chosen. Her expression turned serious. While everyone's here, a piece of advice. Be wary of interference and malice from regular students. Yu-won was slightly surprised, but quickly understood. The interference and malice she mentioned weren't just academic competition, but physical violence and disputes among students. If it fell outside the school's protected internal competition rules, even professors couldn't intervene. To thrive in competition with other students, you need to be strong enough to overcome interference and malice. If not, stick together as a group from now on. You're unique special students, teammates climbing the tower until graduation. Well, that's enough talk. The Academy has prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after you receive the item. She snapped her fingers, and glowing items appeared before the group, astonishing them. It was a pendant. Is this for student identification? It looks like a regular pendant, Rachel said, frowning, recalling Yumina's warning. You can use it for identification and to access all school facilities, plus instant teleportation within Union's campus. To test the teleportation, they muttered, "Let's see." The teleportation phrase was, "Professor Yumina is so beautiful." As soon as they said it, the three were flung out. "Professor Yumina is so beautiful," Rachel shouted. They teleported back to their original spot. With that phrase, the group fell silent, unsure what to say. "Oh, come on," they sighed. "You need this pendant to enter the tower, so like it or not, keep it safe." Light quickly tucked the pendant into his pocket. Rachel wondered, but why was only Yu-1 kept back? Who knows? Maybe because he sensed that terrifying entity. Light shrugged. Dako said, "I think so," recalling Yumina's phone conversation with someone. "Right now?" "No, we're just having tea." "Too bad." Out of all the students, only Yu-1 looked directly at the principal. Dako quietly observed. Switching to Yu-1, he sat nervously in the principal's office. "What's this? Meeting the principal on the first day, and I didn't even cause trouble," he thought, panicking. Seeing his anxious expression, the principal spoke. "Just look at me. My true form isn't here." The voice came from a doll placed on the table. Hearing this, Yu-1 looked at the doll in front of him and asked, "Principal?" "No, Chairman." "Just call me teacher," the voice reminded him. "Oh, yes, teacher," Yu-1 quickly replied. With that, the teacher got straight to the point to avoid wasting time. "Should I explain why I called you here? Normally, I don't interfere with the development of students. Whether they're strong or weak, I don't care. Whether they die in the tower or survive to gain power and glory, I'm not concerned. My only goal is to witness someone reach the top of the tower with my own eyes. Everything else is meaningless." Hearing this declaration, Yu-1 fell silent for a moment. Meaningless. The tower was left behind by his ancestors. The Band family was destined to reclaim it with all their strength and glory. He was ready to risk his life to take back the tower. However, facing the teacher, he wondered, what does the tower mean to the other students? Why come to this dimension to conquer it? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yu-1 spoke up. "Teacher, what exactly is this tower?" At the question, the teacher paused for a few seconds, as if surprised, then answered, "The tower is a path to divinity, and at the same time, a trial." Divinity? Like the kind of gods people usually think of? Yu-1's mind spun. This is getting more complicated. The teacher continued, "That's why I don't intervene when students face difficulties. However, this time is an exception. I see your potential, the greatest potential I've ever witnessed. I will arrange to help you prepare for your journey to climb the tower." As he spoke, the doll's arm raised, shooting a beam of glowing dust that fused into Yu-1's identification necklace. "What's this?" Yu-1 exclaimed. The teacher explained, "I've expanded your exploration privileges beyond the scope of a student. Now you can travel to any dungeon. Hone your skills in your free time before challenging the tower." "Outside the academy?" Yu-1 asked. "Exactly. Now go. You must remember to improve your skills before climbing the tower. If you perform exceptionally, I'll unlock the next privilege." The teacher waved his hand, and instantly, a portal appeared beneath Yu-1, causing him to fall through. "The next privilege?" Yu-1 shouted in surprise. "Yes, independent tower exploration. I look forward to our next meeting," the teacher said. As soon as the words were spoken, Yu-1 was ejected from the room, tumbling straight into the chest of the beautiful professor, Yumina. Seeing him appear, she cheerfully asked, "How did your meeting with the principal go?" Looking up, Yu-1's view was blocked by two massive hills. Embarrassed, he quickly scrambled off her lap. The principal always kicks people out like that. Yumina said with a shrug. Yuan didn't dare look directly at her anymore. Yes, he replied awkwardly. From the start, he was looking forward to meeting you, Yumina said. Once he calmed down, Yuan recounted the conversation and the principal's promises, leaving Yumina stunned. My goodness, allowing a student to leave the academy, she said in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Yuan asked, Is it that big of a deal? He said I need to improve my lacking skills. Yumina explained, It's huge. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and travel to cities beyond. That means you'll gain more experience and preparation than others. No student has ever received this privilege, she emphasized, making Yuan realize how favored he was. Haha, really? I thought he was saying I was too weak and needed remedial training. Yuan laughed. Yumina said with a hint of jealousy, You're so lucky, Yuan. I'm jealous. Normally, professors are too busy to go out at this time. Really? Yuan asked. Yup. The union is an academy. Everything revolves around the students, so it's quite inconvenient for professors. With this privilege, you can explore dungeons, travel to cities in your free time, and even shop or snack to your heart's content. So jealous. The more she spoke, the closer she leaned toward Yuan, making him sweat nervously. Finally, Yumina revealed her true motive. There's a beautiful city you should visit. It's called Ronica, and the spring temple there is just. Before she could finish, Yuan, fearing he'd be devoured, quickly cut her off. Professor, how about I buy you a souvenir? Time passed, and the scene shifted to a place outside the academy. Yuan was completing a task Yumina had given him, recalling her instructions. The honeymoon wine brewed by the monks is amazing, famous for its sweet fruit aroma, thick bubbles, and lingering aftertaste. Buy me one, no 2 bottles. His wine-loving professor, with eyes sparkling like headlights, had entrusted this important task to her newly enrolled student. Thinking of this, Yuan sighed. A professor sending a student to buy wine. This world is full of surprises. But thankfully, he had his inventory. He opened it, looking at it with a satisfied expression. Now that I think about it, this was given to me by Grandpa when I visited home before enrolling. Yuan closely examined a bag. It was an item prepared by his grandfather, its rarity unclear. The scene flashed back to the day before enrollment, when his grandfather brought the bag to him. Are you ready, Yuan? Yes, sir, I'm all set. Did you sleep well, Grandpa? He replied. Hearing his grandson, the old man dropped the bag on the ground with a heavy thud. Perfect timing. Open it, and take as much as you want. What's this? Yuan asked curiously. Just open it, his grandfather said with a sly smile. When Yuan opened the bag, a golden light flashed, nearly blinding him. Wow, it's all pure gold. Can I really take it? He asked in shock. Haha, of course Yuan. This is the family fortune left for reclaiming the Babio Tower. Now it's yours to use as you see fit, his grandfather laughed. Suddenly rich, Yuan teared up with gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. This will help a lot. But it's a bit hard to carry, isn't it? He mumbled. Huh? Why's that? His grandfather asked. It looks so heavy just by looking at it, Yuan complained. You little rascal, his grandfather shouted, annoyed at his grandson's reluctance despite his greed. Back to the present, after unlocking his inventory, Yuan tossed all his personal items inside. Now with the inventory, it's so much easier. Everything fits in here. Grandpa said gold is valuable everywhere, so I'll take a few bars. All set, it was time to step into a new world. Yuan gazed at the modern city before him. Upon entering the city, he was amazed by its level of development. Wow, even in a different dimension, the urban scenery is pretty similar, huh? But when he saw people riding flying vehicles in the sky, he fell silent. No, wait, it's way different. What are those? They're flying. How do they do that? Yuan thought excitedly, but his odd appearance caught the attention of the city guards. Hey, you there, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Turning around at the call, Yuan didn't have time to explain before they noticed his uniform and changed their attitude. Oh, you're a student from Union Academy? Greetings. We're the guards responsible for the western border of Ronica, they said, standing at attention. Seeing their enthusiasm just because he was a Union student, Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Hello, I'm Ban Yuan, a first-year student at Union Academy, he said, scratching his head. But how did you get here? Ban Yuan, did the principal authorize you? They asked. Yes, he said I could freely explore. Yuan nodded. I see. Thanks to the principal and the professors, our city is peaceful like this. We're always grateful to them, they said with a smile, making Yuan reassess Union's influence. Union's power is pretty impressive, he thought. The guards continued. Since you're a freshman, you probably don't know much about the city or how things work. If you need help, we're here. Really? Yuan said excitedly, thrilled to have assistance. Of course, it's our job as guards. If you have any questions, just ask, they said confidently, patting their chests. For Yuan, a complete newbie, how could he pass up this opportunity? Pointing at the flying vehicle in the sky, he asked, I want to buy one of those. How much are they worth? Time passed quickly, and now our Yuan was holding a brand new flying motorcycle, soaring around above the grasslands. Man, this is awesome, Yuan shouted excitedly, flashing back to an hour earlier. When the guards heard his question, they broke into a slight sweat and cautioned him. Oh, you mean the flying motorcycle? Even the basic model costs 250,000 ronia. It's pretty expensive. Hearing this, Yuan's face turned blank as he asked, 250,000 ronia is how much exactly? So it's called a flying motorcycle. With that, he casually pulled out a solid gold bar from his inventory and asked, Can I trade this for it? Seeing this rich kid whip out something so valuable, the guard's eyes widened like saucers. TCH, that's gold. Where did you get a whole bar like that? Is it real? Oh, my grandpa gave it to me, Yuan said with a grin. Back to the present. By now, even Yuan was a bit shocked himself. One gold bar was worth 7.5 million ronia. He had to thank his grandpa for insisting he take it. Gold really was useful everywhere. You idiot, don't forget to bring it, his grandpa had yelled in frustration. But it's so heavy and troublesome, Yuan had complained. Truly, being a rich young man came with its own struggles. Over here, as if feeling the wind rushing against him, the little snake Eve materialized, making Yuan gleefully show off to his pet. Oh, Eve, it's you. What do you think? Like you, the concepts of love and demon gave life to this motorcycle. Its name is Lilith now, so get along with it, okay? Lilith was created by Ban Yuan by infusing it with the concepts of love and demon, turning it into a living entity with a will, just like Eve. Turning to Eve, the little snake flicked its tongue at its master's words, unclear whether it was annoyed or pleased. Ignoring its attitude, Yuan hadn't forgotten the task Professor Yumina had given him. All right, I've bought the wine for Professor Yumina and created a sibling for Eve. Everything that needed doing is done. Time to head back to the academy, Yuan said with a bright smile. But not long after, the guy was sprawled out on a table, groaning in distress, his head spinning as if he were short on blood. Oh man, my head. The protagonist moaned like a puppy craving milk. At that moment, Light approached, irritably placing a glass of water in front of him and shaking his head. I'm really disappointed in you, Yuan. Yuan, I can't believe that right after your meeting, you went out without saying a word and came back drunk. Light spoke while giving Yuan a judgmental look, to which Yuan could only weakly reply. Sorry, Professor Yumina forced me, and I couldn't refuse. At this, Yuan recalled the image of the professor grabbing his collar, refusing to let him leave until he drained his glass. Drink up, finish it, until your face is as red as the sunset. This is my first time drinking in my life, you know, he muttered, quickly grabbing the glass of water and chugging it down. Sniff, sniff, Yuan smells like flowers, Rachel chimed in. If you'd told me earlier, I wouldn't have been worrying, Light said irritably. On the other side, the cold Dako glanced at the flower pin on Yuan's chest and said, So that pin was for becoming the professor's drinking buddy to snag the class representative role, huh? Hearing this, Yuan leaned back and replied, Class representative? If you mean class leader, then yeah, probably. Since the professor is in charge of the four of us, we just have to go along with it. Light spoke up, but at that moment, Dako said something that startled both of them. If we're picking a representative for the four of us, it should be me, shouldn't it? I'm the strongest here. You agree, right? Dako said, staring intensely at Yuan. But her words were immediately countered by Light. That's a bit unfair, Dako. Even though we're teammates and equals, I need to clear up what you just said. That arrogant attitude of yours won't help our future tower climb. And I don't agree that you're the strongest, either. Light pointed straight at Yuan as he shouted. But in response to this challenge, Dako only gave a scornful smile and shook her head. Haha, you just said we're equal teammates? That's rich. Yesterday, you were the one asking the professor if you could climb the tower alone. So where's the equality in that? She shrugged, making Light flush with embarrassment. That was... The young man stammered, unable to form a proper response. At this, both Yuan and Rachel stared at him with scrutinizing eyes. Oh, right, you did say that, Rachel remarked. Seeing their gazes, Light's face grew even more awkward. No, I just asked out of curiosity. It's not like I don't want to party with everyone. Back to Yuan. Ignoring the young man's words, he slumped onto the table, lost in thought. Man, I thought we could avoid discrimination from the start of the semester and plan together as a group. But it looks like our team is already falling apart, and I'm not even that keen on being class leader. But now I get why the professor chose me. Light lacks soft skills, but has a huge ego. Dako is super domineering, strong, sure, but she'd definitely make others resentful. And Rachel, she's way too passive. Her personality isn't suited for leading or taking care of anyone. Haha, what a specially selected group of students. Thinking this, to prevent the team from collapsing before it even formed, Yuan spoke up. Hold on, everyone, calm down and listen to me. The class leader doesn't need to be the strongest, and they shouldn't be the strongest. He shared his opinion. Hearing this, Dako's gaze returned to him as she asked, why not? Because if the strongest person is the class leader, they'll make all the decisions on their own. A class leader needs to keep the group united, and they can't do that if they're just throwing their weight around, right? The leader should be someone who mediates and finds fair solutions for everyone. So, I think someone easygoing like me should be the class leader. Easygoing you? Dako said, nearly bursting into laughter. Fine, the professor has the authority to appoint the class leader, so I'll go along with what you say, she said with a grin. Seeing the most dangerous person agree, Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank heavens. On her side, Dako continued. From the start, the only person I really wanted to keep around was you. I don't love it, but to get what I want, I'll have to tolerate these extras. As she spoke, she glanced at Light and Rachel. All right, see you later. With that, the white-haired girl walked off coldly, leaving behind a fuming Light, trembling with rage as if he'd been trapped. What? Extras? Light gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Yuan had to step in to calm him down. Relax, relax. After temporarily pacifying Light, Yuan felt completely drained. Man, this morning feels like a battlefield, not a school. Dealing with egos is tough. Gotta take it slow. Ban Yuan, the protagonist, muttered to himself tiredly. But before he could rest for even a few seconds, the busty Rachel stood up and said, Hey, Yuan, where's that cute snake from before? I want to touch it. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Oh, come on. This place is a minefield. The protagonist groaned inwardly. And so, time flew by. The first lesson for Ban Yuan as the class leader of Class 11, a group of unique individuals, had begun, but it wasn't exactly smooth sailing. The scene shifted to an arena. For some reason, the lava-like guy lost it and stood up, shouting, Professor, I want to see how strong these special admission students really are. Hearing his shout, everyone turned to look at Yuan's group with intrigued and judgmental eyes. The referee, dressed in a prisoner's outfit, nodded and said, For our first lesson, let's warm up with a sparring match. What do you think? At this, the students couldn't hold back their excitement. Professor, let me fight them. No, me first. Come here. Are you going to take off that pin or what? The sounds of irritation and provocation echoed, leaving both Yuan and Light speechless. Light's expression grew anxious. So, Union Academy sorts classes based on students' abilities. No wonder Class 1 is the elite class. They really seem to hate our Class 11. Well, it might have something to do with what I'm wearing, Yuan said awkwardly, referring to the pin. While the crowd was still jeering, the lava guy stared at the badge on Yuan's chest, thinking, that weakling dares to wear the pin given by the flower goddess Professor Yumina in front of me. Unacceptable. The more he thought, the angrier he got, until he roared so loudly that the students around him nearly had their eardrums blown out. Professor, let me test that guy's strength myself. Please let me fight him. Seeing this, the professor agreed immediately. All right, step up, Ban. I'll fight that puppy, the lava guy declared, not even bothering to check if Yuan agreed. Back to Professor Yumina, who was quietly observing Yuan's first class. After witnessing that it was a joint session between Class 1 and Class 11, she began to sense something off. What's going on here? Why pair our class with the special class on the very first day? And it's a practical combat class right off the bat? How are students specially admitted from secondary dimensions supposed to compete with elite students? They must have planned it this way on purpose. I can feel the malice behind this arrangement, but I don't know who's pulling the strings. Back to Yuan. He wasn't foolish enough to fight the hulking lava-like guy standing across from him. So, he immediately raised his hand and declined. Sorry, Professor, but my combat skills are still lacking. I don't think I'd gain anything from this match. Huh? Is that so? -3 points. Then, the professor in the prisoner's outfit said casually, leaving Yuan stunned. Step up. Yuan. No more excuses, the professor added, adjusting his glasses with an overbearing attitude. At that moment, Yuan realized this guy seemed to be targeting him specifically. What's with this guy? Why is he acting like this? Is he trying to force me into the arena to humiliate me in front of everyone? The more he thought about it, the darker Yuan's expression became. I'm not making excuses, it's the truth. I was admitted for my special abilities, not my combat skills. If you're curious about the abilities of specially admitted students, there should be another way to evaluate us instead of forcing us into combat. Yuan's reasoning was compelling, but the professor in the prisoner's outfit, seeing Yuan repeatedly refuse, gritted his teeth and shouted, Are you trying to tell a professor how to do his job? Yuan, no longer bothering to show him respect, shot back, Professor or student, if you don't know something, you learn. And aren't I the class representative? -5 more points, the professor barked, making Yuan sigh. Haha, playing dirty, huh? After thinking it over, Yuan came up with a counterproposal. How about this, then? Give me this week to prepare, and I'll fight next week. Just 1 week, and I'll enter the tower once. By the time I come out, my preparations will be nearly complete. Yuan's confident declaration caused the entire classroom atmosphere to freeze for a moment. Then, several pairs of eyes turned to him, as if he were a fool. What did he just say? A match next week? Preparations? What's he talking about? His skills are clearly at rock bottom, and he thinks he can take on the elite class in just 1 week. Back to the professor in the prisoner's outfit. By now, the gray-skinned punk was so furious he was biting his lip. Now he's ignoring me and setting his own schedule. Fine, fine, the professor said. On Yuan's side, seeing the professor grit his teeth, he openly scoffed. Ignoring you? You're not even a real professor. He muttered under his breath, making Light, who was standing behind him, panic. After suppressing his anger, the professor announced, Ban Yuan and I, sir. Next Tuesday, you two will have an official one-on-one match. It will be public, and the entire academy will watch the live broadcast. Make sure to tune in. He smirked, as if eagerly anticipating Yuan's humiliation the following week. So, not only do they want to humiliate me, but they want to make it a big show? Yuan frowned, deep in thought. Before the professor could continue, he addressed both Yuan and I, sir. Since you've requested time to prepare, make sure you show your abilities well. Before the punk could finish, Yuan cut him off boredly. Of course. Hey, I, sir, right? We've got an official match next week. I'm really looking forward to it, Yuan said with a grin. In response, Iser spat on the ground. Humph, weakling. His disdainful remark made Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected the lava guy to respond politely, but he wasn't trying to test his attitude anyway. At that moment, Iser's stats appeared in Yuan's vision. Some ridiculous metrics labeled BBC, Vitality 250, Physique 300, Magic 120. Seeing these numbers, Yuan realized how right he'd been to delay the match to next week. No wonder he was from the elite class. His vitality and physique stats were terrifying. His vitality was 5 times higher than Yuan's, and his physique was 10 times higher. But even so, compared to them, he was nothing, Yuan thought, glancing at Light and Rachel. To climb the tower with them, I need to surpass my current level, Yuan thought to himself with a smile. Haha, why do you two look so gloomy? Are you worried about me? Ignoring his words, the cold Dako started warming up behind him. What's this? No one stepping up? Unlike our class leader, fighting is my specialty. Aren't you all curious about the skills of specially admitted students? Anyone dare to come up here? I'm always ready for a fight, Dako declared confidently, her stats practically bursting out of the hexagonal frame. Back to the crowd of onlookers. After hearing Dako's provocation, they froze for a few seconds. Even the professor in the prisoner's outfit was stunned into silence. The reason was obvious. Even a weakling like Yuan could sense Dako's overwhelming power. No wonder it's so quiet. Even my all-seeing eye can barely read her full strength. There's no way Class 1 students can't feel her dominating aura, Yuan thought to himself. Back to Dako. Seeing that no one dared step up after her challenge, she said boredly, "What's wrong? Too scared to try? Fine, I'll pick someone then." She pointed straight at the lava guy. "Lucky you, Iser, right? You're not the type to only pick on the weak, are you? Come on, I'll crush you." On the other side, Iser flinched when he was called out by name. He likely realized Dako's strength far surpassed his own. Iser must be terrified. His original target was me, but now he's being challenged by someone unexpected. Everyone present could feel it. If Iser accepted Dako's challenge just to save face, he'd be done for. He'd sustain injuries that wouldn't heal in a week. It doesn't affect me, but it shouldn't go down like this, Yuan thought. At that moment, his saintly nature kicked in, compelling him to step forward and intervene. "Hold on, Dako. Sorry, but I've got a match with him next week. If you want to fight him, wait your turn." Hearing this, Dako turned to Yuan and asked, "You sure?" "Absolutely. Thanks for worrying about me, but this time I'll prove my worth with my own strength," the young man declared confidently. If this weakling wanted to raise the difficulty of his test, the cold Dako had no reason to stop him. "Ho ho, I thought you were just a slippery talker, but you've got some guts after all. Fine, I'll let you do it your way. So, besides Iser, anyone else? Anyone dare to step up?" she asked again. But the crowd stayed silent, looking away, too intimidated to face Dako directly. "No one," the white-haired girl asked once more. Seeing the pathetic crowd remain quiet, Dako sighed in disappointment. "You were all barking so loudly earlier, but when you face someone truly strong, you tuck your tails like a bunch of turtles." Her words made the Class 1 students grit their teeth in frustration, but none dared to step forward. That is, until a handsome blonde guy spoke up. "Who are you calling turtles?" Typical weak and foolish types grouping together, acting all high and mighty, protecting their kind by yapping loudly. It's amusing to watch, though. Hearing a guy stand up to verbally spar with Dako, Yuan immediately turned his attention to him. "What's this? Even though he's in the elite class, this guy's level seems way higher." Yuan frowned, thinking to himself. Through his gaze, the blonde guy seemed to exude an extraordinary aura, and the people around him were too intimidated to get close. Beside him, noticing Yuan's puzzled expression, Light spoke up to explain. "That's Optima, the ruler of the Tias dimension." "Tias? Optima? What's that?" Yuan asked, bewildered. His clueless question surprised Light. "You don't know, Yuan? Besides Union, there are 10 other high-level dimensions. Optima comes from the ruling family of Tias, one of those dimensions." Back to Yuan. Hearing that this blonde guy had such a terrifying background, he broke into a cold sweat. So he's a descendant of one of the most powerful families across all dimensions? At that moment, all eyes were on Optima as he began walking down to the arena. "Professor," he commanded coldly. The professor, acting like an obedient lackey, immediately understood and started fiddling with something. "Oh, all right." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled out some kind of electronic device, piquing Rachel's curiosity. "What's that?" she asked. "It's a recording device. They're probably going to live stream it publicly," Light speculated. "And what happens after they record it?" Yuan asked curiously. "They said they'll share everything on the internet, but I'm not entirely sure what that means," Light said, shaking his head. Coming from a dimension without advanced technology, he wasn't familiar with such things. But for someone from a modern civilization like Yuan, he immediately understood the professor's intentions. "So it's like that here too, huh?" Seeing that Yuan seemed to know something, Light turned to him. "You know what the internet is?" In response, Yuan connected to the UnionNet while explaining. "It's just an internal network set up by companies or educational institutions for sharing information." Back to the live stream, Light was even more shocked. "Your dimension is so backward you don't even know about the UnionNet. How do you know about it?" "Well, in my dimension, it's the standard direction of development. By the way, where's this academy's internet?" Yuan asked, fiddling with his phone. The busty Rachel rushed over to show him. Here, there's a live channel for our class right here. Thanks, Rachel. You're good at finding stuff, she said. With that, Yuwon quickly tapped into the livestream channel, and soon, images of Dako and Optima appeared on their screens. What the? It's a livestream. The professor is trying to humiliate us, but it doesn't look like things will go the way he wants, Yuwon muttered. Back to the arena. At this point, both Dako and Optima were radiating intense auras. After a brief stare down, Optima spoke first. Make your move. In response, Dako flashed a confident smile. Weaker ones go first. She gestured forward provocatively. Weaker? Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. Kneel, he said, raising his hand and unleashing some kind of energy aimed directly at Dako. From the audience's perspective, a wave seemed to emanate from Optima's palm. As it reached Yuwon's group, he immediately felt an oppressive force weighing down on his body. What's this? It's different from my language-based power. It's like water flowing from high to low, like we can't live without air, a natural law. It's forcing me to kneel before him, like it's only natural. Could it be distorting natural laws? Dako speculated aloud, and Light, hearing this, turned to Yuwon. You just figured out the principle of his ability? Yeah, Yuwon replied. But before he could explain further, Rachel, trembling, clung tightly to him. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked toward Dako. When Optima's ability hit Dako, it was like a grasshopper falling into the sea, not even a ripple. Then, from her palm, a surge of dark green energy erupted. With a single wave of her hand, she completely dispelled the oppressive force, leaving the entire group dumbfounded. Even Yuwon couldn't believe his eyes. No way. She just amplified her own pressure and crushed his. Yuwon thought to himself. Back to the blonde Optima. Seeing Dako effortlessly neutralize his technique, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes. Haha, not bad. On the other side, Dako shook her head. Your ability is as laughable as those horns on your head. If that's all you've got, I'm disappointed. Not at all, Optima retorted, raising his hand as if to use the same technique again. But his movement didn't escape Dako's sharp eyes. She immediately channeled force into her feet and lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to his stomach, interrupting his move before it could even start. You think I'd stand still and let you hit me a second time? Come on, fight harder up close, Dako said, her voice dripping with mockery. On the other side, Optima managed to block her kick with an energy shield. However, having to defend himself bruised his fragile pride. TCH, I didn't expect to use both hands for a fight like this, he grumbled. That's what you get for having a dim brain and overdeveloped limbs. Dako's voice suddenly rang out right by his ear, startling him as he swung his arm backward. Arrogant pest, he shouted, unaware that he'd been the one spouting the most arrogant words all along. Back to Dako. Before Optima's strike could land, she ducked to avoid it. Then, she used her left arm to knock his left arm aside while her right hand grabbed his collar. Finally, she delivered a knee strike straight to the arrogant guy's chin. With this series of moves, Dako confirmed her thoughts. As expected, your movements are clumsy as hell. Don't tell me you still need someone to spoon-feed you. Dako mocked, but Optima managed to block her strike with another energy shield. However, being overwhelmed by Dako was starting to get under the fool's skin. You damn wench, he growled, gathering power into his fist and launching a lightning-fast punch at her. Yet, his attack only hit air as the cold Dako easily sidestepped. Back to Yuwon. Watching Dako toy with Optima like a cat with a mouse, he was utterly stunned. Unbelievable. Optima, the ruler of Tyus, is being dominated by Dako. As he observed, Yuwon voiced his thoughts. It seems Optima is used to suppressing opponents by restricting their movements. But distorting natural laws doesn't work on Dako, so he's in this mess. At this moment, through their eyes, the blonde noble was being mercilessly pummeled by Dako, unable to land a single counterattack as she hammered him relentlessly. After a flurry of punches to his face, she followed up with a high kick straight to his chin. If not for his energy shields, he'd have been knocked out long ago. Back to Yuwon. Our commentator continued his analysis. That guy may have superior abilities and physique, but he clearly doesn't train much. Yuwon smirked, surprising Light with his keen observation. You can even see that? Dako can go toe-to-toe with Optima, and you can analyze both their abilities. They were admitted as special recruits from secondary dimensions. But what the hell is going on here? Back to the fight. Optima no longer had any chance to counterattack. Dako's punches came at breakneck speed. Ugh, how dare you disrespect me? The idiot shouted, oblivious to his own predicament. His answer came in the form of Dako's fists smashing into his face, her punch unstoppable even by his energy shield. You came here just to run your mouth? Or is your tongue so long you need me to trim it? Dako said heavily. Back to Optima, frustrated by his constant suppression, the punk was starting to lose it. A symbol appeared above his head, diamond shapes arranged in a circle. With it, his body erupted with a ferocious power, and he slammed both hands into the ground, cracking the arena floor into pieces. You damn bitch, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll never forgive you. If you want to die so badly, I'll make it happen. Optima roared like a rabid dog. Turning to Dako, seeing him barking so loudly, she kindly offered some advice. Death isn't a concept a child like you can throw around so easily. As she spoke, she began gathering magical energy, wrapping it around her arm. Then, she charged forward to teach the blonde punk a lesson. Seeing this, Optima shouted, "Die!" and thrust his hands forward. Just as the two were about to clash with their ultimate moves, Professor Yumina's voice suddenly rang out. All right, that's enough. With a clap of her hands, she halted both students' actions, as the entire arena was suddenly filled with a sea of flowers. Staring at the surreal scene, both Dako and Optima were momentarily stunned. Seeing that they had stopped, Yumina continued, Our academy doesn't encourage students to fight to the death. It's better if you save that energy for climbing the tower. Understood. After her warning, she snapped her fingers, dispelling her skill, and the flower garden gradually vanished. Up in the stands, Yuan's mind raced. What was that? An illusion? But I could still smell the rich fragrance of flowers in it. As for Optima, realizing Yumina had appeared, he knew he couldn't continue the fight. The fool clicked his tongue in frustration and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, the professor's intervention had saved his life. Otherwise, Dako would have taught him what it means to taste the dirt early. Back to Dako. Ignoring the weakling's attitude, she turned to Yumina and said, You're strong. In response, the professor flashed a radiant smile. Dako sighed and returned to her spot. Welcome back, Yuan said. Hearing this, the white-haired girl turned to ask his opinion. What did you think? Pretty cool, right? Just watching was useful. Yuan grinned. For a rookie like me, seeing such an intense fight for the first time was something else. But before our protagonist could finish, Rachel suddenly lunged and clung to his back, making the group curious. Rachel, what's wrong? Are you still scared of Dako? He asked, frowning at her trembling. Haha, so cute. It's okay, come out. Haha. Yuan said cheerfully, but Rachel stubbornly clung to his back, refusing to let go. On the other side, Yumina's irritated voice drew everyone's attention. You're in trouble now. Professor Farrell, it's only the first class, and you've already allowed sparring. Not only that, you turned a blind eye when things went too far. You know this is a serious mistake, right? I'm sorry. The professor in the prisoner's outfit stammered. This isn't something you can just apologize for. Be prepared for the consequences, Yumina said haughtily. Then, she approached Yuan. By the way, being a class leader is about character. Yuan, why are you wearing the pin upside down? As she spoke, the beautiful professor gently adjusted the pin on his chest with an intimate gesture, driving the students behind them wild with envy. But as if oblivious to their jealous stares, Yumina finished adjusting the pin and left. All right, I'm off. Have a great day, everyone. Watching her leave, Yuan could only let out an awkward laugh. Haha, our professor came to stop the fight, but she's just stirred up more resentment. Even without looking back, Yuan could feel the countless hostile glares from the Class 1 students aimed at him. Why that weakling? I won't let him off, someone growled. Time passed quickly, and news of Dako's fight spread among the freshmen. Have you heard? That new girl from a secondary dimension went toe-to-toe with Optima. Not just that, she dominated him. A secondary dimension? Is that for real? What's going on here? Man, these freshmen are wild. That pink-haired girl is so cute. He agreed. Don't talk nonsense. Optima's the top freshman prospect. Who'd dare mess with him? Yeah, exactly. Go check out the video Professor Farrell posted online, someone suggested. After watching the fight video, question marks popped up in their minds. What the hell? This is insane. Silver hair is crazy. Looks like they're picking freshmen based on looks this year, huh? Silver hair's godly. I'm in love with her. From today, she's my idol. The fanboys kept commenting until they turned their attention to U1. But why was that guy negotiating with Professor Farrell? Master negotiator, sharp tongue. Oh my god, it's Professor Yumina. What a goddess. Wait, what? No way, sis. What's this? Who's this cocky guy? Someone dig up info on him. Haha, the guys are all heartbroken. What's going on? Who is he? Curious comments flooded in. Naturally, our protagonist U1 saw them too, but he wasn't thrilled about his newfound fame. Looks like the whole world's talking about us, he said nervously. On the other side, Light's head was practically steaming, unable to comprehend the high-tech devices. Haha, I don't get internet slang at all. Back to Dako. After reading the comments, her sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Weird. That guy's the top prospect? No way. There's at least one person in that class stronger than him. She recalled a girl dressed like a mage, sitting quietly in a corner. Turning to the protagonist, she asked, I thought you'd noticed too. U1 shrugged. Huh. I was too focused on your fight. As for Light, he was sprawled out on the table. But U1, they're mentioning you all over the community page, right? What's with provocative master negotiator? They can't touch the one who challenged the top prospect, so they're just taking shots at me. U1 sighed. That's not the only thing they're talking about, is it? Dako added. On his side, Light glanced over and said, By the way, do we always sit this far apart? He exclaimed in surprise, noticing that the busty Rachel was deliberately sitting at a different table. Her body was still trembling, making the atmosphere at the meal feel heavy. It seemed Rachel sensed something from Dako, or was too scared to get close. What was it like when they were in the common room? Maybe she's still shaken from earlier. I should use this to help her relax. People always need a little sweetness. With that thought, U1 pulled out a jar of jam from his inventory. This was fairy jam, crafted from his synthesis ability, condensed from tens of thousands of fruits. Its special effect, though mild, boosted overall stat growth. Check this out. He called their attention, making everyone look curiously at the jar. What's that? Seeing their curiosity, the sharpshooter didn't keep them waiting. Haha, surprised? Hand over your bread. U1 said, unscrewing the jar's lid. As soon as it opened, a sweet, gentle aroma spread around them. The moment the scent hit Rachel's nose, her eyes widened, and she turned to the group. Meanwhile, U1 was spreading the jam on slices of bread. Here, try it. He pushed the plate toward Light and Dako. Though they saw him slathering some strange stuff on the bread, they quickly took a bite. The first taste triggered an explosion of flavors in their minds. Even the cold Dako nodded in approval. This is amazing. What is this? Both said stunned. Haha, good, right? U1 grinned, satisfied. Good? U1, this isn't just good, Light stammered. Dako nodded in agreement. I've tasted all sorts of delicacies in the Central Plains, but this is on another level. Both were munching eagerly. As for U1, seeing their ravenous expressions, he felt a bit awkward. Haha, as long as you like it. He turned to Rachel. Rachel, come eat with us. The pink-haired girl was practically drooling. Unable to resist the tempting aroma, she swallowed hard and hurriedly pulled her chair closer to U1. Can you make me one? She asked shyly. Piece of cake, U1 replied. After tasting the jam-slathered bread, Rachel's whole body seemed to melt. The flavor of fruits. The best fruit flavor in the world, she said, delighted. U1, you made this with your ability? Light asked. Can I have more? Dako said eagerly. Of course. Here, eat as much as you want, U1 said cheerfully. It feels like we're eating something really valuable, Dako said, licking her fingers. Not really, it's not expensive. Friends should share, right? Consider it a thank you for your kindness earlier. Even so, it's a bit much. All right, I've decided. To repay you for this elixir, I'll personally teach you martial arts. Dako spoke as she leaned her face close to the protagonists. After finishing their meal, she pulled U1 along, teleporting to a room styled like an ancient Eastern building. It seemed to be Dako's first time here as well, and she looked around with slight surprise. Let's see. As long as there's enough space to move, it's fine. I didn't know there was a place like this. It feels strangely peaceful. She spoke with enthusiasm, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, our protagonist quickly figured out why the training room had such a setting. This room must reflect your mental environment, right? No wonder it's union-level quality. He marveled before turning to her with a question. But we left right after eating. What are you going to teach me? Instead of answering, Dako grabbed a wooden sword and muttered, "This length is just right. Don't move around too much." She swung the wooden sword in her hand. Yuan flinched in slight panic. "Let's start with this." Dako assumed a thrusting stance, holding the sword horizontally at chest level, her right hand gripping the hilt tightly, while her left gently rested on the base of the hilt. Then, she exerted a bit of force with her left hand and thrust the sword forward, aiming straight at Yuan. Just as the blade was about to hit his face, she stopped, sending a gust of wind pressure slamming into him. "This is a thrust," Dako said simply. "A movement without hesitation, an attack so miraculous it's hard to believe it's human-made." In that brief moment, Yuan grasped a new concept. Pierce. Pierce as in piercing through? But why pierce? She was just demonstrating swordsmanship. Yuan's mind raced, and seeing his dazed expression, Dako called out, "Hey, Yuan, are you listening?" Snapping out of it, the protagonist replied, "Oh, sorry." Focus and watch closely. The thrust isn't limited to one form. You can thrust with anything. What I just showed you is the basic essence of a thrust. How many times you thrust, from where, what target you're aiming for, and most importantly, with what kind of momentum. As she spoke, Dako swung the wooden sword, demonstrating each move until she finished with another thrust aimed at Yuan. Pausing briefly, the white-haired girl continued her explanation. Though there are countless variations, these are always the core principles. That was a thrust, don't forget it. Back to Yuan. Though he knew Dako wouldn't hurt him, he still flinched every time the sword tip came his way. The core principles. Instead of pushing a single concept to its limit, Dako combines multiple concepts for greater impact. That must be why she's mastered the thrust. After finishing her lesson, Dako handed him the sword and asked, "Want to try?" Sure," Yuan said, taking it. He rolled up his sleeves slightly and added, "I'm a bit clumsy, so bear with me." Hearing this, the swordswoman couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, if you were perfect from the start, all my years of training would be meaningless." Just as she finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind hit Dako. It was the wind from Yuan's thrust, a precise, high-quality strike almost on par with hers, leaving her stunned. What the hell? Did he grasp the concept after just one look? She thought, bewildered. Meanwhile, despite landing a solid hit, Yuan's face showed dissatisfaction. "No good, that wasn't right." He muttered to himself, "Focus. I can't mimic it perfectly. Until now, I've only focused on combining concepts, thinking they could only grow stronger through synergy or supplementation. But that's not all. My power can become even stronger by refining what I already have. Think about it. There are many characters that mean thrust, so why pierce? For her, a thrust must pierce the target, because it's a lethal strike." Realizing this, as if enlightened, Yuan poured all his focus into another thrust. The strike was so fast and powerful it broke the sound barrier, causing a loud explosion in the air. The recoil from the move was so intense that Yuan collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Back to Dako. Seeing him train so recklessly, she stopped him. "Hold it. You don't have to push yourself so hard from the start. If you've memorized what you saw, try it in a larger space against an opponent you want to take down." "Got it," Yuan replied, panting heavily. At that moment, as if celebrating his mastery of a new skill, notifications flooded around him. "You have comprehended and experienced the concept of pierce. You have comprehended and experienced the concept of martial arts." Grinning ear to ear internally, Yuan thought, "Haha, just a few sword swings and my stats went up?" One particular notification caught his eye. Supplementary ability updated successfully, comprehension and mastery of the concept of teleportation. All-seeing eye depth increased to 110, martial arts to 36, swordsmanship to 20, pierce to 16. Seeing this, Yuan started to panic internally. My stats actually skyrocketed. I just learned pierce and it's already at 16? And swordsmanship too. No matter how many goblins I killed, it didn't budge, but now it's jumped to 20. My overall combat skills doubled. Is this even reasonable? The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. Meanwhile, Dako looked at him with equally astonished eyes. I can't believe I'm the one at a disadvantage. Who would have thought you could break free from the weapon's form and grasp the essence of the technique right away? She said, slightly annoyed at how quickly he'd achieved results. Oh no, I just copied you, Yuan said, scratching his head. His words only irritated Dako more. Really? If watching and copying were enough, why would anyone bother training so hard? She snapped. Seeing her frustration, the quick-witted Yuan hurriedly praised her. Maybe you're just that good at teaching. I'm not exaggerating. From the moment I saw your movements, I could deeply feel the meaning behind them. I was genuinely amazed by how someone could reach such a level and got so absorbed in that depth that I lost track of time, Yuan said passionately. Hearing this, Dako's face flushed red. Ugh, this guy? We've barely known each other, and he's already saying stuff like that. She sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Back to Yuan. Grateful for Dako's help, he didn't forget to return the favor. Anyway, the lesson was super helpful. From now on, I'll take care of your fairy jam supply. That's still far from enough for what I just taught you, Dako grumbled. What? Really? What do I do then? Yuan said, panicking. In response, Dako flashed a smile Yuan had never seen before. Haha, it's fine. The loss I took today, I'll make you pay back tenfold later. Just you wait. All right, class is about to start, so let's go. Oh, right. Yeah, Yuan replied, dazed. As Dako teleported away, he muttered to himself. Didn't expect her to have an expression like that. The scene shifts to a hallway in Union Academy. Light and Rachel were casually walking down the corridor, but some students from another class seemed to recognize Rachel and blocked her path. Hey, little lady, where you from? The sudden question left Rachel slightly stunned. Seeing the group trying to hassle Rachel, Light immediately stepped forward, shielding the pink-haired girl. The green-haired guy raised an eyebrow, sizing him up. What's this? He said irritably. Light shot back. She's my classmate. What do you want? For some reason, the green-haired guy's anger flared at those words. Huh? What kind of low-life insect dares to butt in like this? Scram, he bellowed. At that moment, Yuan and Dako teleported to the scene. Hope I'm not late, Yuan said, drawing the group's attention. Right on time. Let's get started, Dako added. Spotting his friends ahead, Yuan asked in surprise. Oh, what are you two doing? Not heading to class. The green-haired guy, seeing they knew each other, clicked his tongue in annoyance and threw out a typical punk threat. TCH, you better watch yourself, punk. With that, the three small fry turned and left. Yuan, who'd just arrived, was clueless about what happened, while Rachel stammered, Hitch, thank you. What was up with those guys? What's going on? Yuan asked, confused, watching their retreating figures. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a lecture hall. A bald, green-skinned professor was droning on about the Academy's history. And so, Union's history didn't begin when the chairman founded the Academy, but when the tower appeared in the primal dimension, blah blah. In a corner, the same small fry from earlier were pointing a camera at Rachel, snickering. Nice. Adding to the collection, the bald one said with a sleazy tone. The red-haired punk in the middle glanced at her with disdain. What's a crawling insect like her going to do climbing the tower? The green-haired guy smirked. There's a job better suited for her. Suited how? Someone asked. If you come work as a maid at my place, you'll be pampered every day, he said with a suggestive tone. What a lunatic. Haha, I'd be the first to bid for her. Another laughed. The group cackled without bothering to lower their voices, making Rachel tremble as if on the verge of tears. Naturally, Yuan and Light, sitting further up, overheard them, their faces darkening with anger. Ugh, no matter the scale, people are the same everywhere. But seriously, what's wrong with that professor? It's this noisy, and he's acting like he doesn't care. Yuan wondered to himself. Is he ignoring it, or just not hearing it? Meanwhile, Light couldn't stand by any longer. He stood up and spoke. Professor. The old man paused his lecture and turned. Yes, you called me? Light laid it out plainly. Yes, the other students are being too noisy, and I can't focus on your lecture. Can you do something to stop them? The green-skinned professor let out a few grunts. Ah, yes, right. You all heard that, didn't you? No talking during class. Focus on my lecture. He gave a half-hearted order and went back to teaching. Now, where was I? The Renaissance era of Union. Yuan and Light's eyes widened in disbelief. That's it. They thought, stunned. The three punks, seeing Light's protest had no effect, turned to mocking him. Oh, look at the model student, acting all high and mighty because he's good-looking. Now that you mention it, I couldn't get her number earlier because of this guy. What's that? Are you two a couple or something? No way. Then why's he so worked up? Her figure's not bad either, huh? Haha, totally. Agreed. They laughed carelessly, bringing Rachel to the brink of tears. Light clenched his teeth, snapping the pen in his hand out of rage. But before he could lose it, Yu-Won patted his shoulder and calmed him down. Take it easy. Light shot him a look. You're telling me to just take it? Even after hearing what they said about our classmate. Yu-Won remained calm and replied, if you don't take it, what are you going to do? Fight them? Pointless actions like that won't help much. Making a scene in class will only make things worse. Chill and watch this. As he spoke, Yu-Won pulled out his phone and showed Light a screen recording of Union History Lecture 01 online. What's this about? Light asked, curious. Yu-Won flashed a sly grin. There are plenty of ways to deal with problems, Light. To handle cowards who talk trash behind people's backs, the best way is to turn their own tricks against them. Light's eyes widened as he caught on. Wait, Yu-Won, don't tell me. Without responding, our protagonist quickly did something on his phone. Haha, keep laughing, you idiots. All the filth you spewed during class is being live-streamed right now. At that moment, a camera angle from above focused on the three punks, who were oblivious to being recorded. They continued their derogatory remarks. What's an insect like her going to do at the top of the tower? Come be a maid at my place, and you'll be pampered every day. Lunatic. Haha. The footage was being captured by the little snake Eve, carrying a camera in its mouth from above. Naturally, after hearing their words, the online community erupted with criticism. What? Insects? What class are these lunatics from? They're freshmen from class 7, I think. Are they insane? Where's the professor? This year's freshmen are nuts. That's too far. That blonde girl's pretty cool. Respect to her for studying through all that nonsense. This is why some people are called dimensional trash. What's wrong with Union lately? Comments poured in, making Yu-Won grin like he'd hit the jackpot. Ooh, it's blowing up. They're getting roasted hard. Light said nervously, and Dako shook her head. She turned to Yu-Won and praised him. You're pretty clever, huh? Naming it Union history to subtly steer the narrative. Hee hee, no way I'd let those jerks who hurt Rachel get off easy. Gotta make them look pathetic, Yu-Won said with a wicked grin. Soon, the punks realized they were the center of attention online. Hey, what the hell? A live stream? Damn it, who's recording? Find the camera. They shouted and frantically looked around. The green-haired guy quickly spotted Eve holding the camera above. There, he yelled to his cronies. But before they could grab the snake, Eve vanished, leaving the trio fuming. Ugh, it's gone. That damn snake, it's you, isn't it? The green-haired guy shouted. What they didn't realize was that their careless behavior in class had pushed the bald professor to his limit. You lot, your attitude toward learning is atrocious. You're the ones making noise earlier, right? Name's in the book, now get out. The professor's dangerous aura made the red-haired punk shrink back. No. Professor, someone posted a video of us online, he tried to explain, but the professor cut him off. Do I look like I care? Before they could say another word, he kicked them out. I said get out. He barked, then turned to warn the others. Those kids will get low grades for the whole year. The rest of you, stop bothering others and focus on the lesson. Back to Yu-Won. Seeing the professor's anger, he gave him a mental thumbs up. Wow, even an assistant professor isn't someone to mess with. Still, he grumbled, getting low grades for talking trash about Rachel is too lenient. Light agreed. Yeah, but their student life is pretty much ruined. As for Rachel, seeing her friends stand up for her, she gave a satisfied smile. It's okay, that's enough. I'm fine now. Thanks for having my back. Looking at her cute expression, Yu-Won blushed and turned away. Nah, I didn't do much. I can't match you guys in strength. It just happened to work out. No need to thank me, he said modestly. Still, because you're the class leader, I feel more at ease, Yu-Won, Light said with a smile. Time passed, and the scene shifted back to the arena. The trio of punks sought out Light for revenge. Hey, you, the pretty boy over there. Hearing the call, Light glanced back. Yeah, you. Come here. You deaf or something? They approached aggressively. And, what's the problem? What do you want this time? Light asked coldly. The three punks in front glared as if they wanted to tear Light apart. The green-haired one growled. Explain what happened yesterday, you insect. The red-haired punk gritted his teeth. Because of that damn livestream, our grades are already trashed at the start of the semester. The seniors have us on their radar, and our classmates are shunning us. You realize that, don't you? The bald one shouted, sounding as if they were the victims. Ignoring their complaints, Yu-Won turned his attention to the professor lounging nearby, curious about his reaction. As expected, the professor merely watched with amusement, showing no intention of intervening. Look at that, 3 students armed with sharp weapons confronting us, and he has no plans to step in. Seems like neither the professors nor the students here take people from secondary dimensions seriously. Well, who cares about the plight of chickens and pigs, right? Yu-Won thought to himself. Meanwhile, Rachel cowered behind him. Back to the confrontation, the green and red-haired punks gripped their weapons tightly, spitting insults at Light. What did you just say, you bastard? Say it again, the green-haired one yelled, as if afraid no one could hear. As if worried they were deaf, Light repeated himself. Looks like you didn't get it, so let me say it again. If you want an explanation, ask politely, you savage, the blonde said coldly. Faced with this insult from someone from a secondary dimension, the 3 dimwits trembled with rage, as if having a seizure. What? Savage? A lowlife from a secondary dimension like you dares talk to us like that? The green-haired one pressed his sword to Light's throat, but before he could say more, a flash of a blade sliced through, snapping his sword in two, leaving everyone around stunned. What was that? Yu-Won thought, realizing he'd just glimpsed a new concept. Back to Light, who now held a radiant, glowing sword. Didn't I already say? Ask politely, and I'll answer. As he spoke, Light pressed his shining sword to the green-haired punk's throat, making him so terrified that he dropped to his knees. Yu-Won, observing Light's aura, was floored. This is weird. The air around him suddenly changed. How? Is it that sword? What kind of glorious concept is radiating like that? He wondered, unaware of Yu-Won's thoughts. Light continued after seeing the green-haired punk kneel. That's better. Now, greet properly and get lost. The green-haired guy froze, unable to move under Light's overwhelming pressure. I can't move my legs. The pressure's too much, he thought. The other 2 punks, still not scared enough, kept running their mouths. You an insect? Ignoring their weak taunts, Light turned to the professor. Professor, how does the academy handle a group attacking a classmate with swords during class? The professor smirked. Why ask me all of a sudden? Well, the academy encourages practical sparring. So from a certain perspective, he tried to dodge the issue, but Light wasn't having it. But I never agreed to spar, did I? He asked coldly. Well, that's true, but you still drew your personal weapon, didn't you? The professor countered, gesturing. I only responded because I was provoked. Light shook his head. No, you can't deny you were the first to release energy. The professor pressed, but Light had his own logic. I did it to avoid harm. Are you saying I should have stood there and taken it? What did you say? The professor snapped irritably. Seeing Light argue directly with the dim-witted professor, Yu-Won and Rachel grew worried for their friend. Hey, Light's acting a bit off, Yu-Won thought. Back to Light. He was now glaring at the professor with murderous intent. So how should I deal with their vulgar insults? Well, sorry, I didn't see anything. The professor shrugged, lying blatantly. Such an obvious lie pushed Light's anger to its peak. What did you say? He growled, his sword radiating an even more terrifying energy, startling the entire group. Fortunately, Dako stepped in, flicking Light's forehead to stop him from doing something reckless. You idiot, she said. Light rubbed his forehead, wincing from the painful flick, tears welling up. Before he could protest, Dako turned the tables. So noisy. Just holding a sword makes you act all high and mighty, huh? She jabbed him again with a double finger strike to his forehead. As if understanding, Light sheathed his sword. The moment it vanished, Yu-Won felt the strange energy dissipate, sighing in relief. Meanwhile, the green-skinned professor, leaning on his cane, fumed. TCH. Arrogant lowlife from a secondary dimension. TCH. He muttered angrily and stormed off. His old dog barking left Yu-Won and Rachel speechless. That was a bit dicey, huh? Yu-Won said, glancing at Rachel. Dako was still lecturing Light. You get a useful item and start making a racket like this. Is that your true nature? Light's the biggest ticking bomb. Yuwon muttered, watching the scene. During their meal, instead of eating, Yuwon played with his food and said to Light, "You know, I've been thinking. At this rate, we might not get treated decently in this academy." Yuwon's bored tone made Light flinch. "What do you mean?" he exclaimed. Yuwon rolled his eyes and snapped. "What? I'm not the problem here. Haven't I been trying to get along with the professors? I even signed up for an official duel because I was provoked. You think we're the same?" Hearing this, Light's voice weakened. Well, after seeing your reaction last time, I just wanted to improve things a bit." He stammered, but Yuwon's anger didn't subside. "Yeah, and you made an even bigger mess. I don't get you. You let the real culprits off and then almost challenged the professor." I'm sorry," Light said, his eyes brimming with tears. Yuwon was actually more concerned about Light's behavior when wielding that sword. Normally, Light wouldn't act so recklessly, as if a switch had been flipped. It's definitely that sword. To ensure no more trouble, Yuwon frowned and asked, "Light, be honest. Can you control that power from earlier?" Light slammed the table, insisting, "Of course. How else would I have passed the entrance exam? I was just pissed off at the professor's lie." "Oh, the lie, huh? Lies are bad, aren't they?" Yuwon smirked, his tone dripping with skepticism, making Light tremble. "So you're confident you can control it?" "Trust me, I swear it won't happen again," Light said, thumping his chest. But Dako cut in bluntly. "Good thing it didn't cause more trouble. Watching you get controlled by that sword was quite a show. You deserve more scolding." "That's enough," Yuwon said, seeing Light slump onto the table, utterly deflated. Back to Dako. She recalled something and turned to Yuwon. "Hey, I'm starting to get what the professor meant a few days ago. If things keep going like this, our school life's just going to get noisier. If you've got any thoughts about our future, speak up now. I want to hear from our class leader." Hearing Dako's question, our protagonist felt a bit surprised. "My opinion? After these past few days at school, I've figured out the real issue. The belief that some are born strong or that their background determines their worth, the excessive disdain for lower dimensions, and a system that treats it as natural. Stuff like that. What can outsiders like us do in a place where that's just the norm?" Thinking this, Yuwon felt a bit overwhelmed and turned to ask the others, "Hey, do you guys want to gain the public's sympathy? What do we need to do for that?" Though puzzled, the group answered. "Communication," Light said. "Probably strength," Dako replied. Yuwon quickly cut them off. No, it's something you already have, your looks." He studied the team of gorgeous guys and girls. Then he briefly outlined his plan. "So you're saying we create a channel showcasing our daily lives?" Light asked, shocked. Yuwon nodded. "Yup. Where I'm from on Earth, that's a common way to win people over. We'll build an image and show it to the public. Once you establish an image in their minds, it naturally creates a sense of familiarity, right? That can grow into respect, even admiration." Yuwon adjusted the camera angle and lighting screen as he spoke. Back to Light, who grasped the plan but had doubts. "But Yuwon, if it's about earning respect and admiration, why do we have to fake fight each other?" "It's not fake, it's real. Get serious, Light," Yuwon warned. At that moment, Dako launched a flurry of attacks. Light, still not taking it seriously, thought, "Suddenly telling me to fight for real?" He threw a right hook, but Dako easily caught it and ducked. "No need to worry, Yuwon. In a fight, a few hits make you serious fast enough," she said. Grabbing Light's collar, she executed a shoulder throw, slamming him so hard the floor cracked, leaving Light dazed. Dako teased. "What, that's all you've got? I get it. You were just controlled by that item last time. What good is pulling out that sword? I bet even if you did, you wouldn't be skilled enough to face me," she taunted, making Light grind his teeth. Unable to take the humiliation, Light roared and charged at Dako again. Seeing their fierce fight, Yuwon cheered excitedly. "That's it. Light, you're doing great." He started capturing the most flattering camera angles. Turning to Rachel, who saw Yuwon's enthusiasm and asked worriedly, "Yuwon, will this really make our school life easier? I still don't quite get it." Yuwon wasn't sure how to explain clearly, so he just chuckled. "Well, things won't change instantly, but I guarantee it'll work." To clarify for the Busta girl, he gave an example. "Think about it. If those jerks bothering us see how awesome you guys are, they won't dare mess with us anymore." That makes sense, Rachel nodded. Right? Haha. Look at them, treating the ground like it's tofu. Yu-Won laughed, watching the floor shatter under the fists of these two monsters. Anyway, we'll know the results once we post it. Don't worry too much, Rachel. Your beauty's too refined for such concerns. Don't you know a pretty person looks even better when they smile? That's for you, Rachel. You've got a face loved everywhere. It'd be a shame to keep frowning, right? So set your worries aside and enjoy the moment. His words seemed to cast a spell, calming Rachel's mind, and she broke into a smile. It's amazing. Whenever I hear Yu-Won talk, I feel like everything will work out. Back to the fight. Despite their intense brawl, Light was basically getting pummeled by Dako. Where you going? She teased. I'm just warming up, she said, cracking her knuckles, while Light, nearly in tears, begged Yu-Won. God, Yu-Won, save me. She's not human anymore. Time passed, and the scene shifted to mealtime. Rachel was crying over her bowl of beef noodle soup loaded with vegetables. I can't eat this. It tastes like soap, she whimpered. For the sake of their YouTube channel, Yu-Won winked at her and reassured. It's fine, Rachel. You'll get used to it. But why do we have to film this? She whined. Time flew by. Following their class leader's suggestion, Class 11 began uploading videos of their daily lives to their channel, The Group's Rebellion. As Yu-Won predicted, the response was explosive, especially for the video of Light and Dako's fight. The sheer destruction they caused left viewers stunned. Wow, seriously? Aren't they from a secondary dimension? They're freshmen. Look at that silver-haired girl. I'm in love. It's gotta be fake, right? Hard to believe. She looks so delicate but fights like that. You call that decent? Haha. Are they a monster combo or what? The crowd marveled, then watched another video of the four playing a game. What's that? Someone asked. It's called Rock, Paper, Scissors. It's a traditional game from the master negotiator's place. You move pieces on a board based on rules. Rock, square, paper. That's a game? Secondary dimensions are wild. See? The rules are super simple. Then why doesn't he get it? Huh. Someone laughed as Light lost spectacularly. The scene shifted to a frame with Professor Yumina. Her appearance unleashed a flood of fanboy comments. God, Yumina always looks like an angel. I wish I were in that group. Bet their space smells amazing. Haha, you perv. It's like a group of perfect kids. What brand's that car? Probably Ronica. You can buy it at the Temple of Peace. Just looking at it feels healing. That negotiator guy, I'm so jealous. The crowd sighed enviously. The scene shifted to Rachel crying over her veggie noodle bowl, prompting teasing comments. Haha, so cute, adorable. Rachel, are you from heaven? Haha, yesterday's lunch was rough. Tastes like soap? That's what makes it good. Such a country bumpkin. What? You looking for a fight? Hey, stop arguing. Watch the next one. Next video. Wait, the next one's a live stream? No way, awesome. But it's scheduled for tomorrow morning? Yeah, early tomorrow. Hold on, isn't tomorrow the tower climb? Someone shouted. According to their view, it was a pre-scheduled live stream. Back to Yu-Won's group. He hadn't expected their videos to get such a massive response. No way. Why are there so many people? Rachel asked, puzzled. Yu-Won didn't care about that. He was focused on results. Our channel gained 1,000 subscribers in just one day. We're blowing up, he grinned. Light, however, was annoyed. Why's the video of me getting beat up the most popular? Seeing their excitement, the beautiful professor approached with praise. Impressive. Union's the top dimension, full of wonders. In a place where we're seen as ordinary, no students thought to create content. Your channel cleverly slipped into that gap. Hee, creating entertaining content and connecting with people. I never thought of that either, she added. Yu-Won bragged. Our first fight video's super popular. Take it down. Light wailed. Ignoring him, the professor clapped. Let's keep going. Today, we're entering the tower. You all know, right? Are you ready? The group nodded confidently. Yu-Won glanced at them and froze. Wait, am I the only one in uniform? Why's everyone so dressed up? The group looked at him oddly. Since we'll be fighting in the tower, we chose clothes comfy for movement. Yeah, this outfit makes me feel safest in battle, Rachel agreed. Is that so? Yu-Won muttered. Is your outfit okay? Light asked. Yu-Won reflected inwardly. I get it. Coming from a peaceful place, I don't have combat-specific clothes, but I chose this life. Adjusting his tie, he said confidently, This is enough for me. Seeing the group fully prepared, Yumina nodded. You're all ready. Let's go. She snapped her fingers, creating a magic circle under their feet. After a flash of light, they were teleported to the entrance of the Babel Tower. Countless other students were waiting to enter. Spotting them, the crowd quickly recognized them. That's the rebellion crew, right? No way, they're here too. A brown-haired guy shouted, while Rachel, suddenly appearing, looked around like a lost child. Wait, this is the tower's entrance. The tower opens at dawn, but you line up by class rank, Yumina explained. Yuwon paled slightly. We're the first freshmen to go in. Well, you could say it's because your skills are high, she shrugged. Light, milling about while waiting, noticed the 3 punks who'd harassed them earlier. Oh, those guys. Their looks seem different now, don't they? The punks avoided eye contact, and Yuwon felt satisfied. They subscribed to our channel. Dako spoke up, but there are still some hostile glares. She glanced at a stone-like guy staring at Yuwon with headlights for eyes. Hey, Yuwon, she warned. He understood without needing more. I know. Let's go. Leading the group, Yuwon thought, today's the tower climb, and next Tuesday's my fight with that guy. Just 4 days left. In that time, I'll reach a level he can't touch. Before they began, Yumina gave a final reminder. All right, for safety, I hope you complete the expedition early and return before the weekend. But it's up to the participants to decide. How long do you think this will take? Yuwon looked at the group. Since we're all on the same page, I'll speak. Yeah, go ahead, they nodded. Turning to Yumina, he said, 3 days, 2 nights. We'll be back on time. He pulled out a mini robot for the livestream. Seeing their preparations, Yumina wished them luck. Stay safe. After bidding their professor goodbye, the team of 4, plus their robot, stepped through the gate. Ancestors, please watch over me. Yuwon silently vowed to himself. Rewinding to a moment earlier, when his group asked Professor Yumina about filming inside the Babel Tower. You're talking about recording inside the tower, right? She asked again, and Yuwon nodded in confirmation. Yes, I'm trying to capture what's happening inside, and this little guy will handle the filming. He pointed to a small, teardrop-shaped robot hovering around him. It was a self-operating device Yuwon had crafted himself. Eve and Lilith turned to Professor Yumina. She assumed the group was filming for tactical analysis later, so she cautioned, do you think recording will be meaningful? The tower's structure changes every second, as you know. Really? Yuwon said awkwardly. Apparently, he hadn't known this. Meanwhile, Light, checking information on a screen, nodded. She's right, Yuwon. If you read the basic guide, it says the tower's internal structure shifts constantly. Plus, external machinery tends to break down quickly inside, doesn't it? What does that mean? He asked curiously. The beautiful Professor Yumina elaborated. As the guide states, each floor is called a room. When you defeat the monsters in a room or overcome its traps, the space itself shifts, moving your group to the next room in the tower. This unique structural change is called a shift. The more shifts you experience, the deeper you penetrate the tower. Hearing this, Yuwon asked curiously, the rooms move every time we shift? Exactly. Once you pass through, you can't return to the previous room, she said with a smile. Light, growing a bit anxious, asked, do the types of monsters and traps change too? Of course. With each room shift, the monsters change and grow stronger. Traps work the same way, she replied. Turning to Dako, who, after sipping her tea, pondered for a moment before asking a tough question. What happens if someone dies during the tower climb? Her words jolted Yuwon and Light, who had been chatting excitedly, realizing things weren't as simple as they thought. Right? What happens if we die in battle? I almost forgot something critical, they both thought, worried. Facing the question, Professor Yumina gave a soft chuckle. Haha, that's a key question. Contrary to your concerns, in most areas of the tower, challengers won't die even if they die. Phew, that's a relief. Both guys sighed inwardly, relieved they wouldn't perish inside the tower. Yumina continued. To be precise, if you die, you'll be transported back to the tower's entrance. What? So we'd have to start from the first floor again? Yuwon asked, shocked. No, your student ID rings record your progress. The next time you enter, you can resume from where you were eliminated. So the student ID rings are crucial for climbing the tower. Don't lose them, she said, pointing to a pendant on her wrist displaying the words spatial shift. The two guys felt like they were in a game. Haha. It's like a roguelike game with mid-progress saves, Yu once said. If we can revive after dying, we can challenge it as many times as we want, Light said confidently. Among the four, only Dako paid close attention to Yumina's words. Wait, you said, in most areas challengers won't die, right? So there are areas or situations where we could actually die, meaning the tower isn't completely safe? Her question made the group turn to Yumina, awaiting her response. Is that true? You're sharp, Dako, she said. Yes. I'll now explain specific situations where even you could die. Her tone turned serious, but the author conceals the rest of the conversation. The scene shifts back to the group fiercely battling a swarm of toxic green slimes inside the tower. These bizarre creatures, called cloers, were notorious for shredding adventurers' gear and stealing their weapons. But for Yuwon's team, they were mere puddles of goo. With one swing, Light sliced through 3 of them effortlessly. Nearby, Dako snapped her fingers, firing magical projectiles that obliterated the slimes mid-air. While they fought fiercely, Yuwon was experimenting with a torch on the wall, though it didn't seem to work out. As expected, it's no good. I can clearly sense the concept of fire, but I can't extract it. I could do it in other dungeons, so why not here? Figuring this out could unlock my abilities, Yuwon mused, frowning. Seeing him lost in thought with the torch, Dako called out. Hey, Yuwon. Snapping out of it, he said, Oh, sorry, I got distracted. You said you needed time to think. Figured anything out? She asked. Yuwon shook his head. I tried to see if I could extract fire, but it didn't work. Dako sighed with mild regret. That's a shame. If you could, we could manipulate the tower's terrain freely. Hey, can you not make scary assumptions about my abilities? Yuwon said awkwardly. As they talked, a green slime slowly crept toward them. Just as it neared Dako's feet, it lunged, spreading wide as if to engulf her. But before it could touch her, a chain shot out at lightning speed, smashing the cloer into jelly. The attack came from Yuwon, of course. Seeing him wield such a weapon, Dako's eyes gleamed with surprise. Oh, so that's how your autonomous item fights. She referred to the little snake, Eve. Yeah, exactly, Yuwon nodded. He waved his hand, directing Eve to attack. With its own soul, Eve needed little guidance, darting around and shredding the cloers at breakneck speed. Even Dako had to admit, not bad. Pretty fast. Yuwon gave a wry smile. I've got something even stronger, but it's a bit unstable. Dako glanced toward Rachel. No matter how strong you are, can you match that? Following their gaze, Rachel's demeanor had turned ferocious, her hands transforming into beastly claws. With one swipe, the cute girl created a massive crater in the floor, dust flying everywhere. It's funny, basic combat strategy is to stay hidden and avoid the enemy's sight. Yet she's screaming and fighting in a place like this, Dako said, shaking her head at Rachel's style. Yuwon's scalp tingled. Haha, Rachel's fighting style is pure instinct, huh? Terrifying. Light and Rachel's shouting irritated Dako. Seriously, so noisy. Do they have to yell every time they swing? She grumbled. Time passed quickly, and the group cleared the path. Looks like room 1 only had cloers. Monsters like these are nothing to us, right? Light said calmly. But at that moment, Dako sensed a strange aura and warned, Don't let your guard down. Right after you spoke, energy started gathering. A stronger monster's coming, she added. Light gripped his sword tightly. Could it be a high-tier monster? Possibly, Dako speculated. Light signaled Yuwon. Hey, Yuwon. No need to say it. I'm already looking, Yuwon replied, activating his all-seeing eye. He quickly spotted odd energy emanating from a stone tablet ahead. Rachel, it's that tablet. Smash it. Hearing this, Rachel let out a wild yell and charged, punching the tablet so hard the unborn monster inside was obliterated before it could emerge. The punch was so powerful it shook the entire hallway. My God, we killed a high-tier monster before it even spawned, and it dropped an enhancement magic core that easily? Light said, stunned. He'd been ready for a big fight, but Rachel swiftly grabbed the core. The moment she touched it, her pink hair turned fiery red. At the same time, Yuwon noticed a concept above her head, Heart of the Furnace. Hey, Rachel, your hair's gotten darker. Yuwon pointed out, noticing the text above the shy girl's head. Heart of the Furnace. Does that mean a fiery core within? A concept of burning emotions into fuel for power, like a berserker. Could her hair color change completely? Now that I think about it, things are starting to make sense, Yuan mused. Seeing his awkward expression, Rachel nervously approached, tugging at his sleeve. Did I look scary earlier? Yuan flashed a charming smile and reassured her. Not at all. You were super reliable. But what if it gets worse? Rachel stammered. Out of patience, Dako cut in. I said it's fine, so why are you still worrying? If you're scared of losing control, don't worry. I'll take you out before you cause any damage. Her firm tone made Rachel's eyes well up with tears, while Yuan and Light stared at her in shock. No way, Dako. If one of us dies, we'll have to restart from the first room. Yuan quickly intervened. Dako had her own logic. But at this rate, maybe only 3 of us can keep climbing. She paused, then shook her head. No, I think just the 2 of us would be better, she said sharply. Now it was Light's turn to tear up. Wait, what about me? He cried, feeling left out. Why is she suddenly so mad? Yuan wondered, then glanced at Rachel's anxious expression. Knowing she was still worried, he gently touched her shoulder. Listen, I'll figure this out. I know why you're concerned. So as class leader, I'll find a solution. His sunny smile lit up Rachel's innocent face. Thank you. Yuan, she said, grabbing his hand. Dako, seeing this, blushed and scratched her head. No big deal. That's just what a class leader does. Meanwhile, Light and Dako, feeling like third wheels, glared at Yuan. So you're just like every other guy? Eyes lighting up at a pretty face, Dako scoffed. Misunderstanding. I'm totally normal around you, aren't I? Yuan protested. But aren't we all being a bit too relaxed? Light warned. After clearing the floor, they teleported to the next room. This is room 2 now, Light said calmly, sitting down and picking at some wild grass. Aside from moss and weeds, this room doesn't seem much different from the last one. Ignoring him, Yuan fiddled with the magic core from the first floor that Rachel had given him. Focusing, its stats appeared. Life 7, Demonic 11, Melting 12, Acid 5, Void 1. Staring at the sky-high stats, Yuan's face darkened. What the hell? All that time in dungeons was a waste. The concepts I got from one room here equal 10 goblin dungeons. Acid and melting are attributes of material breakdown, probably from defeating the Cloers. I'll infuse melting into my sword, and acid goes to you, obviously. He tossed the acid orb to Eve, who struggled to swallow it, eyes bulging as it was too big. Dako, curious, approached. That little guy's getting strong fast, huh? Her sudden voice startled Yuan. Hey, don't sneak up and speak out of nowhere like that, he said, flustered. If you trained your senses, you wouldn't jump so easily, Dako grumbled. As they bickered, Light noticed something and warned. Guys, room 2's monsters are coming. Can you be serious? Magic circles appeared ahead, as if summoning monsters to greet the team. Before Light could finish complaining, Dako fired a magical projectile, dispersing a black smoke cloud. Serious, whatever. Room 2 doesn't seem much different from room 1. No matter how careless a lion is, it doesn't die from ant bites, right? She shrugged. Welcoming them to the second floor was a shadowy, humanoid monster, an evil spirit, a malevolent entity targeting human mana. Light couldn't agree with her nonchalance. If you keep being so careless, we'll run into trouble. How about this? Let Yuan handle the fighting in room 2. The suggestion made Yuan jump. Naturally, knowing how weak he was, the others objected. What? That's too dangerous, Light said. Dako smiled. I think it's a great idea. He's got a duel next week, so he needs to improve fast. Makes sense, right? She glanced at Yuan teasingly. Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Haha, so that's why you've been acting weird. Fine, I'll handle this. He started warming up his arms. Clearly eager for a fight, Yuan ignored Light's concerns. Yuan, it's risky, Light cautioned. No worries. Dako's right. I need to get stronger fast. Letting you guys burn energy here is a waste. You'll help me improve quickly, right? If you say so, I trust you. Rachel nodded like a little squirrel. All right, but if things get even slightly dangerous, I'm jumping in, Light agreed. Thanks, Yuan smiled, turning to Dako. Listen, Dako, save your strength. I'm counting on you to have my back later, okay? Dako grinned confidently. At least I can promise you won't die from overexertion. Reassured by the big boss's protection, Yuan had no more worries. Good. Eve, let's go, he shouted. In sync, Eve transformed into AK-47 mode, unleashing a storm of bullets that shredded the monsters before they could move. Light and Rachel, witnessing Yuan's firepower, nearly fainted. What the hell? Is that his world's signature weapon? I don't know its power, but its monster-killing speed is insane, Light thought enviously. If our soldiers had that. Dako silently observed Yuan's weapon. Is that she? No, it's firing iron pellets. It could handle second-tier assassins and maybe touch first-tier. It'd be useful in the martial world. But its attack is linear. Fine for long range, but in tight spaces like this, unexpected issues could arise, like enemies attacking from blind spots, she thought. Just as she finished, an evil spirit hiding in a corner lunged at Yuan from behind. Light and Rachel shouted, Yuan. Hearing their call, Yuan calmly turned around. But our protagonist reacted lightning fast. In an instant, he pulled a long sword from his inventory. With a single slash, he effortlessly cleaved the evil spirit in two before it could sneak a bite. Done. Yuan let out a breath. That scared me. Behind him, Light and Rachel sighed in relief, seeing he was unharmed. Phew. What was that? Light asked. That's Yuan's longsword with stats. Magic Sword 12, Slaughter 19, Poison Blood 9, and Melting 12. You're that skilled with a sword? I had no idea, Light and Rachel praised. As they chatted, a swarm of evil spirits surged from behind like a flood. Hearing the compliments, Yuan stayed humble. Nah, I'm still far behind you and Dako. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to deal with the rest. Dako, observing his attitude, nodded approvingly. Combining guns and swords, Yuan had no fear of being ambushed by the evil spirits anymore. In no time, he cleared nearly all of the second floor, leaving just one lone evil spirit standing awkwardly. No more evil spirits, so this must be the last one, right? After we finish it, we'll teleport again. Let's rest for now. He ordered his little snake to transform into chains, binding the evil spirit to prevent its escape. The others took the chance to rest while the monster was restrained. Dako knelt to inspect the evil spirit's remains carefully. The sword melted and dissolved them. He's already using the abilities from the previous room. Based on his past actions and that swordplay, he's clearly never been on a battlefield. So how's he improving so fast? She wondered. Unlike her deep thoughts, Light and Rachel were busy praising Yuan. Coming up with a teleportation strategy like this. Yuan's a genius. Only a seasoned student could think of that, Light said. Haha, really? Yuan scratched his head, embarrassed by the praise for such a small thing. Even Dako chimed in. Good job. That last slash was excellent. Really? Thanks. Yuan replied cheerfully. But then she shook her head. Except you focused too much on speed. Still, it's way better than some idiots swinging wildly. She stroked her chin, throwing shade at Light, who fumed. What? Why am I the idiot? I fought my hardest earlier. Dako feigned innocence. Did I say you were the idiot? Why'd you assume that? Screaming while slashing at shadows. If that's not an idiot, what is? She complained. Light argued back. That's how I was taught swordsmanship. In the dark, or whatever. Ignoring their bickering, Yuan casually pulled a can of soda from his inventory and laughed. Haha, you guys are something else. It's break time, but aren't you tired at all? His voice weakened as he noticed the three others staring at him strangely. Dako's face darkened as she questioned, Hey, Yuan, what are you sneaking there? Rachel, eyeing him enviously, said, I heard a fizz and smelled something amazing. Yuan quickly pointed to the can. This? They sell it outside. He tried to defuse the situation, but it only made things worse. You gotta go outside, but we didn't, Yuan, Light said coldly. Calm down. I'm sorry for drinking alone. I'd share, but I don't have much. Plus, this only works when you're exhausted. It'd be useless for you now, Yuan said, hurriedly stashing the can back in his inventory. Of course, he was bluffing. There's no soda that only works when you're tired. Unfortunately, the others didn't know that. Believing him, Dako declared, When you're exhausted? Huh? Fine, I'll handle room 3. She started cracking her knuckles. Yuan blinked. Wait, didn't you say I should handle things to improve? Why the change of heart? Dako's cheeks puffed up, ignoring him. I've never tried that drink. I can't let you hog it. It's Yuan's drink, Dako. Light reminded her, rolling his eyes. Moving on, after resting, Yuan finished off the unfortunate evil spirit to spare it further mental torment. As it died, a teleportation circle appeared beneath them for the next floor. Teleportation starting, Light announced. While waiting, Yuan checked his gains from the last floor. His current status: Ban Yuan World, Life 129, Body 72.8, Soul 350, Magic 101, Martial Arts 62, Swordsmanship 36, Piercing 26, Leadership 7, Driving 15, Resistance 2, All-Seeing Eye 115, All-Hearing Ear 105, All-Speaking Tongue 107. Compared to when he joined the academy, his stats had skyrocketed. Amazing. This is already average for the academy, and I only swung my sword a few times here. Even my recently learned swordsmanship and piercing skills have improved. At this rate, I should focus on developing swordsmanship. The duel next Tuesday will depend on my martial skills. My body stat is over 200 points behind Iders. Honestly, catching up in a week is tough. No matter how hard I try, training with Dako taught me that acquiring skills is important, but nurturing and developing them is just as crucial. For martial arts growth, if Dako could teach me more. He glanced at her expectantly. Then he mentally slapped himself. What am I thinking? No matter how strong Dako is, relying on her isn't right. It'd unbalance our relationship. Think carefully, I still have time. He rubbed his forehead. At that moment, the teleportation activated, sending them to the third floor. As he was lost in thought, Light's panicked shout rang out. Yuan, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Startled, Yuan realized all three of them were free-falling. The distance to the ground turned his face pale. What's going on? Why am I falling? Oh God, the ground's gone. Yuan was lost in thought, while Rachel, the busted girl, screamed and clutched her skirt. Looking down, Yuan's heart sank as he spotted a trap of sharp spikes below, ready to turn them into pincushions. With no time to think, he commanded Eve to transform into a chain, wrapping it tightly around Rachel to pull her out of harm's way. Just half a meter more, and she'd have been skewered. Clinging to the chain above, Yuan sighed in relief. Phew, that was close, he muttered, shaken. Thank you, Yuan, Rachel called from below. Ignoring her, Yuan scanned their surroundings. What the hell? What kind of teleportation is this? Why is this room so huge? And a trap right at the drop point? Could this be? His mind raced, but before he could finish, Dako's voice cut through. Hey, Yuan, you'd better move. Looking toward her voice, he saw Dako somehow standing on the ceiling as if it were solid ground. How'd you get up there? Yuan shouted in disbelief. She didn't explain, only warned. If you stay there, you'll die for real. What? Yuan asked, confused. As if answering, small windows opened in the walls, launching countless spears straight at him, putting him in a dire situation. Damn it, I can't let Rachel go. With all his strength, Yuan swung his right arm, yanking the chain and Rachel upward. Simultaneously, he summoned his flying motorcycle, Lilith, to avoid falling into the spikes below. In a lightning-fast maneuver, Yuan saved them both. He quickly retracted the chain and caught Rachel in a princess carry. Got you. You okay? Sorry for the rough handling. It was too dangerous, and I had no choice. Blushing, Rachel stammered. And no, it's fine. Just hold on tight. Rachel, this place is still dangerous, Yuan said, glancing around. More spears emerged from pillars, ready to fire. Elsewhere, Light was targeted by flying axes but dispatched them effortlessly with a few sword swings. Sprouting 2 pairs of wings, he hovered in the air. But something puzzled him. What's going on? Professor Yumina said traps don't appear until floor 20. We're only on floor 3. This difficulty is insane. And what's Yuan pulling out now? He glanced at Yuan, who was weaving through spears on his flying motorcycle with Rachel. Back to Yuan, gripping the throttle, he gritted his teeth. This is crazy. Traps triggering from every direction. What's with this structure? Behind him, unlike his panic, Rachel seemed to enjoy the wild ride. Perhaps too relaxed, she recalled Yuan's earlier advice to hold tight. With a gleeful smile, she wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her massive chest against his back. Yuan's face turned beet red. What's she doing? My back's burning, he thought, startled. At that moment, an arrow struck Lilith's tail, causing the bike to swerve in an S shape. Too dangerous. Yuan shouted. A golden sword flashed from Light, sliced through the pursuing spears. You're driving fine, so why'd you do that? Light asked. Yuan paused the bike, stunned. Wait, Light, what's with those wings? Before I answer, I need to know about that. What are you riding? Another thing from your world? Light asked. It's a flying motorcycle. Never seen one. Yuan countered. Motor what? Light said, clueless. Yuan gave up explaining. Light clearly had no idea. Moving on, he asked, where's Dako? Light realized he'd forgotten her. You're right, I haven't seen her. Could she have fallen into a trap? He said worriedly. No way, Yuan dismissed. She'd never fall for a trap that easily. She's probably watching everything from somewhere. As they moved, Light asked about their plan. What do we do? How do we stop these traps? Yuan thought for a few seconds, recalling the guide. To survive, we hold out for a set time. I don't know how long or how it works, but for now, Light, head that way. He pointed left. Got it. Light nodded, flying in that direction. Yuan scanned the windows, firing spears, analyzing their patterns. They're targeting Light. Do they prioritize moving targets? Thinking back, it was like that earlier. I shouldn't have moved so rashly. Am I an idiot? Yuan cursed himself until Rachel pointed out the arrow stuck in Lilith's tail. Yuan, over there. Irritated, he yanked it out. TCH, this can even hurt Lilith. We need to stop moving recklessly. But if we stop, we can't clear this room. Pondering how to escape without triggering traps, Yuan noticed the arrow in his hand dissolve into light, startling him. Wait, what? Did I absorb something? I think I read a concept. Why is this happening now? I couldn't read anything in room 1. There's got to be a reason. He frowned but shook his head. No, maybe it's just a coincidence. I need to test it. He touched a nearby sword, and as expected, it dissolved in his hand, confirming his theory. Unbelievable. Yuan exclaimed in shock. Staring at the two characters floating above his palm, he frowned. The concept I gained is beheading? Not sword, but beheading. Thinking back, last time I saw a concept different from what was shown outwardly. Before he could figure out why, Rachel cried out. Yuan, over there. He quickly glanced over and saw, somehow, Light being swept away by a wave of water. What? Light, you idiot. Yuan shouted. Back to Light. He was using all his strength to keep from being swept away. Damn it, I let my guard down. I thought only weapons were dangerous, but now there's water from traps? There's something in it. I'm feeling numb, and my vision's blurring. At this rate, I won't dodge the next trap. Staring at the spears aimed at him, Light had no confidence he could evade them all under this debuff. From afar, Yuan noticed Light's distress and gunned his motorcycle to rescue him. Rachel, watching him speed off, recalled his earlier words. Sorry, Rachel, I'm taking a gamble, so I can't drag you into it. Wait there. She whispered. Good luck, Yuan. Back to Yuan. As he rode, he touched the water from the trap. As expected, new concepts appeared. From this, I gained over 10 points in acid and wave. Just like before. I touched water, but the concept isn't water, it's wave. Now I get it. The reason I absorbed beheading instead of sword earlier is the same. Meanwhile, unlike their struggles, Dako moved freely atop the pillars without any difficulty. Her gaze followed Yuan as he sped toward Light, seemingly with a plan. Yuan, what are you doing? She muttered, frowning. As he rode, Yuan reviewed his findings. The state of matter determines the concept I absorb. Those hidden weapons aimed for my neck, so their concept was beheading, not sword. Realizing how to counter the traps, he shouted to Light. I've got this. He accelerated, deliberately intercepting the weapons. As he did, he prayed silently. The deeper I expand all-seeing eye, the more I can see their essence, or even their intent. Activating it, the weapon's concepts appeared in his vision. Below, Light, unaware of Yuan's plan, gaped as his friend charged into the traps. What? He's diving straight into them. Ignoring him, Yuan had a strategy. I don't need to absorb them all, just mix and disrupt their forms. That's enough. A conceptual orb formed in his palm, drawing in surrounding concepts, causing the weapons to dissolve. Seeing this, Yuan knew his gamble paid off. Yes, he shouted. Light ran over as Yuan stopped. Yuan, you okay? Yeah, Light, glad you're safe. Haha, we barely escaped, Yuan laughed. What just happened? Light asked. Yuan showed him the orb. I'm not sure, but it seems they fused into this. I think I've gained something amazing. Light could only marvel. Looks like you awakened a new ability. Facing traps head-on, you're a beast. Before they could talk more, the sound of whistling spears filled the air. Without needing Yuwon's help, Dako and Rachel charged in, knocking the weapons aside. Dako didn't miss a chance to scold them. If you don't drop that reckless attitude, you'll get into serious trouble. Haha. Thanks, you two. I almost bit the dust, Yuwon sighed. Dako glanced at Light with a smirk. See? Nearly got hurt bad. And you're still so careless? What did you say? Light gritted his teeth. After clearing the traps, a teleportation circle appeared beneath them, signaling they'd completed the floor. Looks like that was the last trap. Teleportation starting, Rachel said nervously. Meanwhile, Light and Dako kept arguing. What's with your attitude? Isn't it harsh to pick on someone who just escaped death? Light snapped. Dako shot back. Who let a weak trap like that hit them? Showing up at the last second to play hero. You planned that, didn't you? Light clenched his jaw, met only with her smug smile. Still asking that now. Yuwon, watching them bicker, didn't bother intervening. Haha, these two are hilarious. But no matter what, we always jump in to save each other in danger. What's there to argue about? It shows our team's working well. Dako shattered his illusion. Of course I waited for the critical moment. Once you owe me, I'll collect with interest, she said smugly, leaving the group stunned. Yuwon hoped the camaraderie he felt earlier wasn't an illusion. The scene shifts to the fourth floor. The group found themselves in a crumbling architectural space. After scanning their surroundings, Yuwon spoke up. This place has a lower ceiling. At least we won't get attacked from above like last time. Good. That's a relief, he said, pointing behind him. Eve, in AK-47 mode, took the cue and opened fire on a spider not far away. But when the bullets hit, the spider only let out a few panicked squeals. The shot sparked harmlessly against its body, dampening Yuwon's excitement. Light quickly identified the creature. That's a tower spider. They're unique monsters that can appear on any floor, regardless of level. Yuwon swallowed hard. Seeing his attack had no effect. They're completely unscathed? They even deflected Eve's shots. Light stepped in front of him, raising a hand to stop Yuwon from rushing in. Tower Spider's abilities are random, no matter the floor. Looks like your weapon isn't strong enough. Let us handle this room, Yuwon. Dako, we're counting on you this time, Light said. Dako, realizing this wasn't the time for jokes, nodded. Got it. Yuwon clicked his tongue in frustration. TCH, I didn't expect such strong monsters already. Seeing his struggle, Dako sighed and motioned for everyone to step back. All right, everyone, stand back. Even you, Yuwon. Watch closely. This is what you wanted. Palm blast, she shouted, unleashing a surge of energy from her palm toward the tower spiders. With a single blow, she sent them sprawling like dead dogs. Yuwon gave a wry smile. Wow, a real palm blast. Way stronger than Eve's bullets. Most of the spiders are down. Dako glanced around, confirming none could fight back, and said, leave the finishing blow to him. Haha. What leader is as generous as me, right? She boasted. Yuwon had no reason to refuse such an opportunity. He drew his long sword from his inventory and instructed the others. All right, Light, cover the rear. Rachel, watch the ceiling just in case. Got it, they nodded. With his teammates backing him up, Yuwon calmly approached the crippled spiders to gain experience. Dako's not my leader, but she's so thorough. How could I not be grateful? Gripping his sword, he charged and slashed at a spider that could no longer move. He expected to absorb its experience, but instead, a metallic clang echoed as his body trembled from the recoil. His sword had struck what felt like solid iron. No way, it's too hard, he gritted his teeth. The enraged tower spider's eyes lit up like headlights, and it lunged at Yuwon, hungry for blood. He quickly stepped back. There's always a way. Taking a running start, he thrust his sword through the spider's head, targeting its soft spot. It was dumb enough to expose its weakness. Nice job. Rachel cheered, while Light sighed in relief. But Yuwon wasn't pleased. If slashing doesn't work, it's useless. I can't keep stabbing and pulling back against so many. Tower spiders are still too much for me, he thought, then chuckled at himself. Haha, am I stupid? I have that awesome thing from the last room and didn't even think to use it. Now's the perfect time. He took out the beheading concept orb with 20 points and infused it into his longsword. causing it to glow like molten steel. A notification appeared. Item evolved due to excellent compatibility. Executioner's Longsword. Beheading 30, Magic Sword 30, Slaughter 19, Poison Blood 9, Melting 12. Meanwhile, the remaining tower spiders recovered from Dako's blast. Sensing Yuan's killing intent, they charged en masse. Confident, Yuan gripped his sword, pulling it back for a strike. Let's test it out. With one swing, he sliced through 3 spiders he couldn't even scratch before. Light and the others were stunned. How'd he? Light muttered, while Dako watched closely, trying to figure out what trick Yuan had used. Yuan himself was surprised. Wait, the slash was clean, but something's off. It felt awkward, like I swung harder than needed. Let's try again, properly this time. He swung at the spiders again. Seeing the swarm, Light and Rachel jumped in. They're too many. Let us help, Light said. Right, Rachel agreed. Dako noticed something. He definitely did something to his sword. In that brief moment, he cut through enemies he couldn't touch before. How can someone have such intuitive and overwhelming ability? He's developing skills without relying on innate talent. Normally, when people get a boosted sword or stronger weapon, they swing it like idiots. But he doesn't even have that flaw. He may not grasp it instantly, but one day, he'll master the essence of slashing. There's no reason for me to interfere, but it'd be a waste to leave him be. After surviving the 3 calamities, I prided myself as the greatest prodigy in the martial world, but now I'm watching a talent that makes my past look pathetic. No way. I need this man to be mine. As he pondered, a dangerously sharp glint flashed in Dako's eyes. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Yuan, was engrossed in battle, completely unaware that he had fallen into the crosshairs of the fiery girl. But soon, a chill ran down his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Even the motion of swinging his sword halted as he glanced left and right. Hey, Yuan, what's up? His friend Light called out. Oh, nothing. Just got a sudden shiver down my spine. Thought a high-level monster was about to show up or something. The rattled hero replied, oblivious to the fact that Dako's face behind him had darkened ominously. Then he turned to her and said, Hey, Dako, why are you just standing there? Not going to keep blasting those energy waves. Huh? Why should I? You're doing just fine on your own, she snapped irritably. In response, Yuan flashed a mischievous grin. Oh, is that so? Guess I don't need to share my drink with you then, since I'm doing so well. What? Dako's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted. Phew. Looks like we finally cleared this room. Light exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, our protagonist pulled out 2 cans of soda, teasing the swordswoman further. Guess I'll just split these with Light and Rachel then. You just want to hog all the soda for yourself, don't you? Dako grumbled and started chasing after him. Back to Light. Suddenly, he received some kind of notification. Huh? A message from the outside. At the same time, not only Light, but also Yuan, Dako, and even Rachel received the same message. Seeing this, the 2 paused their playful banter to think. A message from the outside, and at a time like this? Everyone got it. Skimming through the message, Light's eyes filled with concern. It's a message telling everyone to evacuate the tower. What's that about? Why all of a sudden? And it's a direct message from the headmaster himself. That means it applies to the entire academy, right? I'm not having it, Dako complained, visibly annoyed. This isn't even a proper warm-up for me. I haven't even had my soda yet. Unless there's a solid explanation, I'm not going anywhere. But before she could say more, Rachel, who was up ahead, instantly shifted into combat mode and shouted, They're here. Hearing this, the group snapped their attention forward and realized that, without them noticing, several spatial portals had opened before them. From within, countless tower spiders were crawling out in droves. Seeing this, they quickly pieced things together. So that's it. That's why they're telling us to get out? Light muttered, recalling something. This is what we heard about in class, isn't it? Seems like it, Dako nodded. Haha. No wonder the difficulty felt so off, Yuan chuckled. The swordswoman then checked her identification necklace and shook her head. The necklace isn't working anymore either. Looks like we're completely trapped in this room. So this is what the professor meant when she talked about a phenomenon where even students could die. Irregular space, Light said, his voice thick with tension as a wave of tower spiders surged toward them. He recalled the meeting with Professor Yumina, where she had mentioned a scenario where even students could perish. When new students climb the tower, it's unlikely for space pirates to invade. Hearing this, Yuan turned and asked, "Space pirates? What are those?" "I'll explain them later," the professor had said. "The issue is that their abnormal invasions cause an irregular phenomenon, something completely unpredictable. In normal expeditions, you can't die, but when an irregularity occurs, everything changes. All the rules inside the tower get distorted, and safe zones become dangerous. The number of clone monsters spirals out of control, and the difficulty of the rooms spikes abnormally. Think of it as hell mode. On top of that, a ton of other problems hit all at once." Hearing this explanation, the faces of the three turned as pale as liver. Just imagining themselves caught in such a scenario was enough to make them faint from fear. Back to the beautiful professor, she had continued. "As you can see, the tower isn't absolutely safe, so you need to remember this well. If you get caught in an irregular phenomenon, know that it's a genuinely dangerous situation." Back in the present, having grasped their predicament, the group had no intention of fighting an endless wave of monsters. Without hesitation, Yuan revved up his motorcycle, grabbed Rachel, and sped off. The other two followed at full speed, with the swarm of spiders hot on their heels, refusing to let up. "We don't know how long these tower spiders will keep coming, so holding out in a confined space is too risky," Yuan said, frowning. "Might as well assume it's infinite," Dako muttered. As the spiders poured out from the corridor, Dako unleashed her energy wave, blasting a surge of internal force that sent the spiders flying. Meanwhile, Light, the knight, swung his sword relentlessly, sending arcs of sword energy slicing through the spiders' bodies. As he fought, he shouted, "Dako, don't stop. Focus on keeping yourself alive first." Next, the two combined their swordplay, perfectly holding back the monster wave. But there was growing concern about their energy reserves. Dako had already taken down dozens of spiders on the way here, and Light was no different. Their stamina was wearing thin. Even Rachel's hair had darkened noticeably. She wasn't even speaking anymore. If her hair fully changed, would something catastrophic happen? "These spiders are tough, what do I do?" Yuan thought, panicking internally. Turning to Dako, who had a brief moment to breathe, she glanced at the protagonist. "Your beast girlfriend seems to have completely lost her senses." "Who could have expected something like this?" she said. "I can't keep this up much longer either. If we don't get a break soon, we're in serious trouble." As she spoke, she rotated her wrist, wincing as if it ached from firing too many energy blasts. Without hesitation, Yuan pulled a can of soda from his inventory and handed it to her. "Oh, this," Dako started. "Just drink it," he said, concerned. "I'll hold them off. Rest and sip on that." Faced with such gallantry, Dako's cheeks flushed slightly. "Haha, you sure you can handle it?" she teased. "Of course I can. Watch this," Yuan replied. Out of nowhere, he pulled a grenade, yanked the pin, and lobbed it into the center of the spider swarm. The grenade erupted in a massive explosion, sending spider limbs flying in all directions. "What the heck? What kind of power is that?" Light shouted in amazement. "How's that? Pretty cool, right? Took a lot of effort to make that," Yuan said with a grin, before revving his hoverbike and charging forward to farm experience. As he moved, he absorbed concepts from the spiders' bodies and thought to himself, "Rachel still looks full of energy, but she's getting harder to read. The monsters keep coming. How much time do we even have left?" Letting Light and Dako rest was the best option. In the meantime, he had to take down as many monsters as possible to buy them time to recover. Yuan resolved this in his mind, just as a notification screen popped up in front of him, catching his attention. Executioner's longsword's blood poison increased by 15. You have gained a slight understanding of the concept of slash. The depth of slash has reached level 2. As the notification appeared, Yuan's sword suddenly glowed with a sinister red aura. "Is the sword turning red?" he thought, frowning as he stared at the transformed blade in his hand. The protagonist didn't have time to study it further. Though he didn't know what concept blood poison was based on, he figured he'd find out by testing it. As he spoke, Yuan gripped his sword tightly and swung it forcefully, instantly cleaving two spiders in front of him in half. Right after the strike, he noticed something different from before. Hold on, the sword's trail, it's expanding. Reflecting on earlier, if beheading enhanced the power of his slashes, Blood poison seemed to extend the range and distance of his attacks by draining his own blood. Let's see. I can't use this too often. Each swing feels like I'm donating blood. Makes me crave chocolate all of a sudden. The rattled hero thought nervously about his rebellious sword. From behind, Light, noticing the change in Yu-One's blade, asked, "Got something cool again? What's with that sword aura?" Instead of answering, Yu-One observed for a moment before asking, "Where's Rachel?" At that, the knight glanced to the side and shook his head. "She's over there slaughtering spiders. We shouldn't get near her right now." Hearing this, Yu-One turned his gaze toward Rachel, who was roaring like a feral beast, pulverizing every spider that came close. Seeing this, he sighed and advised, "Both of you, don't jump in yet. Rest a bit more." "No need, Yu-One. Thanks to you, I've rested enough," Light said calmly. "You should look around. The spider swarms thinned out a lot." Yu-One, startled, scanned the area and realized Light was right. The number of monsters had dropped significantly. "Didn't notice until you mentioned it." Turning to Dako, she surveyed the surroundings and spoke, her tone growing serious. "Normally, when monsters stop attacking, it means the battle's nearing its end, or something even stronger is about to show up." Light rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sure enough, Rachel, who had been ferociously fighting, suddenly sensed something odd and halted, turning toward a specific direction. There, a massive spatial portal was slowly forming, and from it emerged an enormous spider, its body as big as a building. Staring at the colossal creature, Light muttered in a daze, "It's too late." Beside him, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock, completely bewildered. "What's going on?" At this point, both Yu-One and Light's faces turned ashen, like they were on the verge of death. "We're screwed. Two high-level monsters back to back." Light's teeth chattered as he trembled. "What do we do? Is there anything like this in the Academy's textbooks?" As the group scrambled for a plan, Rachel, sensing the overwhelming threat from the giant spider, gritted her teeth and charged at it, leaving Yu-One and Light speechless. "Oh man, she's attacking without any control," Light groaned. "But it's better than nothing," Yu-One replied, quickly devising a strategy. "Light, keep an eye on Rachel. We'll each take one. I'll handle the back with Dako. We'll manage." "Got it," Light said, gripping his sword tightly and rushing to support the timid girl. Back to Yu-One, now face to face with the spider, he realized just how terrifying it was. Sure, I talked big about splitting up, but now what? The smaller spiders earlier could be handled with beheading and blood poison, but against something this massive, he wasn't sure if his current attacks would even work. The more he thought, the less confident he felt. As if sensing his unease, Dako stepped forward. "Didn't you just say me and Dako? You know you can't win alone, but still refuse my help. Is that pride or just stubbornness?" she whispered in his ear, making his face flush slightly. "What?" Yu-One blurted out. "You like this kind of thing, don't you? It's pretty unique, not bad at all. But from now on, you'll pay a price for that sweetness. It might be a bit steep, but don't think of it as a debt." As she spoke, Dako drew the sword at her hip. It was the first time Yu-One had seen her use a weapon. Dako with a sword? He thought. She can fight barehanded, so why this? Is she trying to show me something? The hero quietly anticipated in his mind. As if reading his thoughts, Dako turned and clarified. "I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Don't overthink it." Her words left Yu-One red-faced with embarrassment. "Oh, sorry," he mumbled. His flustered expression made Dako chuckle. "You're just missing one thing. I'll show you once. And if it's you, one swing of this sword should be enough to get your answer." With that, a powerful aura surged from Dako's body, and she sternly reminded the protagonist, "Hey, Yu-One, watch closely." As she spoke, she drew her sword back, the air around her turning more serious than ever. But at that moment, Yu-One heard a commotion from Light's direction. "Hey, Rachel, you idiot, stop hunting me. Go for the monster," Light shouted, struggling to fend off the busted girl, who had lost all reason and was now attacking her own teammate. Amid their struggle, the giant spiders seized the opportunity, firing a massive web strand at them. In the chaos, only Rachel reacted in time, dodging to the side, while Light was hit by the web and pinned to the wall. Seeing the spider interfere in her fight, Rachel roared threateningly at it. Witnessing this, Yu-One's forehead dripped with sweat. What a mess. Just as he thought this, Dako's voice cut through. "Hey, Yu-One, Where are you looking? Focus on me. Hearing her, Yu-won turned back. I'm looking. But the spider on the other side. I said we'd handle it. And now there's only one left over there. Dako spoke calmly. As Yu-won turned around, she simultaneously swung her sword in an attack. With a single strike, she cleaved the elite spider in half before it could even react. Following Yu-won's gaze, he clearly saw Dako's movement. Her arm swung upward in a simple motion. From that seemingly effortless action, he sensed a deathly cut that could split the world, he thought to himself. Overwhelmed by witnessing such a supreme technique, Yu-won's mind reeled, as if it were overloaded with information. At the same time, countless system notifications flashed around him. Advanced skills were instantly comprehended. His ability to control power increased, and the depth of his all-seeing eye, all-hearing ear, and all-speaking voice each rose by 5 points. He successfully grasped a fragment of an immensely powerful and complex martial arts concept. Soul depth, 390. Martial arts depth, 97. Swordsmanship depth, 52. You have observed the essence of slash, reaching a depth of 15. But Yu-won had no time to focus on these notifications. His head felt like it was splitting in two, beyond words. Just by glimpsing her martial arts, my stats skyrocketed. That power was like breaking through Optima's energy field. It must be an upgraded version of the deadly slash I once performed. My God, how can someone infuse such intense will into a sword? The concept of death I sensed was so vivid and clear it sent chills down my spine. Thinking of facing that attack, Yu-won's entire body trembled involuntarily. It wasn't until Dako noticed him standing dazed after her strike that she called out. Hey, Yu-won, did you observe closely? Don't expect to see it again. As she spoke, she leaned her face close to his, startling him into stepping back. Why do you keep dodging? She asked. It's just, you're always too close, Yu-won stammered awkwardly. Moving past the moment, Dako casually tossed him the core of the elite spider she'd just defeated. Huh? Isn't this the core of that high-grade spider? He exclaimed in surprise. Looking at it, the core's stats were anything but ordinary. Vitality 3, Physique 11, Demonic 12, Armor 15, Web 10, Resistance 1. Seeing this, Yu-won hesitated, unsure if he should keep it. Dako was the one who defeated it. Would it be right to just take it? He glanced at her with a conflicted expression. As if sensing his thoughts, she smirked and teased. What? It's your reward. Don't be shy, take it. Hearing this, Yu-won quietly turned away, embarrassed. While the two were caught in their flirty moment, the night light, stuck on the sidelines, couldn't take the lovey-dovey scene anymore and shouted. Hey, you two, stop flirting and help me out. Rachel's gone completely berserk over here. As he spoke, Light glanced fearfully at Rachel not far away. She was pummeling an elite spider into literal pulp. Looks like Light's totally useless now, huh? I'd be defeated in a second, he grumbled. Only one person can stop her, and that's Dako, Yu-won said, looking at the strongest member of their team. But seeing her cross her arms and stand back as if it wasn't her problem, he broke into a nervous sweat. Don't look at me like that. I've done my part in this fight, Dako complained. But since he couldn't overpower Rachel himself, Yu-won pleaded earnestly. I know you don't like it, but this is an irregular phenomenon. If one of us dies, who knows what could happen? Just as he finished, the elite spider's legs twitched, showing it wasn't fully dead. Fine, I'll play with that little beast, Dako said, cracking her knuckles, making Yu-won beam with relief. That's the spirit, he exclaimed. But Dako had a condition. In return, you deal with that thing at your feet. Come on, beast, don't just stay up there. Get down here. As she spoke, she fired a blast of energy straight at the shy girl's face to grab her attention. Wait, Dako, Yu-won called from below. Before he could say more, she cut him off. Let's have some real fun, she said. Provoked, Rachel growled like a feral beast and lunged at her with a powerful leap, the impact cracking the ground into pieces. But Dako easily dodged, taunting Rachel to lure her. Over here, beast, she laughed. Rachel charged at her repeatedly, attacking without a shred of thought. After missing a punch, Dako grabbed her wrist and slammed her body hard into the ground. Whoops, not that way. I meant this way, Yu-won called out. Haha, blindly charging at the strong. Get up. Beast, you're still full of energy, huh? I'll play with you until you're a bit saner. Go wild, Dako teased. Rachel, hearing this, grew even more enraged. Watching this, Yuan got goosebumps. My god, it's like she's actually toying with her. While restraining Rachel, Dako casually turned to remind Yuan, now's not the time to slack off. Hearing this, he drew his sword and faced the elite spider. I know what you're getting at, but isn't this task a bit too tough? He said nervously. Even though the spider was already injured by Rachel, it was still a formidable opponent for him. If you observed my attack closely, you'll manage, Dako said, shooting him a confident look that left him with a sheepish grin. Haha, what makes you so sure? He said. Before he could complain further, the spider launched an attack, swinging a leg at him, sending his body flying. Yuan, you okay? Light called out worriedly. What the heck? They just left, and now it's going all out. Yuan shouted in surprise. It felt like the spider was looking down on him. Down to its last breath, and it still thinks it can take me? Fine, let's see about that. Yuan let out a loud yell, and magic circles appeared around the spider. Chains shot out, binding its legs tightly. He's restraining the spider's legs? Light exclaimed at the sight. Seizing the moment while the spider's movement was restricted, Yuan rushed forward to attack. I'll use the chains to immobilize it, then combine decapitation with blood poison and strike at close range. Here goes. He swung his sword hard, slashing the spider's face, leaving a deep wound that made it scream in pain. Take that, he said triumphantly. But Light, watching from the side, frowned. This isn't good. Yuan's in trouble. From a distance, Dako, dodging attacks, muttered, too shallow. If you want to kill it, split its head open. What are you doing? Back to Yuan. He realized his attack, aside from enraging the spider further, didn't do much damage. Was the slash too short? Why? Was blood poison not activated properly? It makes sense. I've never used two abilities consecutively before. As he thought this, the spider mustered strength in its legs, snapping the chains into pieces. It then slammed a leg toward Yuan, causing a massive explosion. Damn it! The protagonist let out a silent groan. From a distance, Light, witnessing the scene, shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, Dako's face momentarily froze in shock. As the dust settled, Yuan's figure reappeared. Thankfully, by some divine intervention, he had managed to use his sword to block the attack just in time. However, even though he blocked it, the sheer force of the direct hit left Yuan feeling like his bones were about to shatter. Huff, huff. For a moment, I thought I wouldn't survive that attack. The instant it hit my sword, I adjusted the angle. If I had taken the full brunt of that blow, both my sword and arm would have been broken. But how did I sense it? In that fleeting, almost eternal second, could it be because I saw Dako's swordsmanship? Yuan thought to himself. In the midst of this life-or-death moment, his abilities grew slightly from resisting the enemy's attack. He had comprehended and grasped the concept of flow. The depth of flow increased to level 5. Seeing this, Yuan used his sword to prop himself up, standing as he confirmed his realization. That slash affected me. Haha, incredible. He hadn't expected to awaken such a facet of martial arts. Though he couldn't replicate Dako's swordsmanship exactly, he now knew what he had to do. With this realization, a surge of fighting spirit welled up in Yuan. Confidently facing the elite spider, he said, All right, spider, let's go again. Come on. He stared directly into its many eyes with a serious expression. In response to this provocation, the elite spider swung its 4 front legs at him simultaneously. Miraculously, Yuan swung his sword like a machine, blocking all the attacks from the massive creature. Watching their clash, Light, stuck on the sidelines, quickly picked up on something. There's a concept called parrying, a technique to block or deflect an opponent's attack. It can stop an enemy's strike or avoid fatal injuries if done well, even opening opportunities for a counterattack. But it's a purely tactical technique, not as simple in practice. On a real battlefield, most people die before mastering it or opt for other fighting methods. After all, you only have one life. That's usually how it goes. But how is Yuan pulling off that technique in a situation like this? Didn't he say he'd never touched a sword before? The more Light thought about it, the more curious he became about Yuan's rapid growth. Back to the protagonist, he seemed to split into 3, defending from multiple directions against the creature's 4-sided assault. While parrying, Yuan's eyes locked onto his opponent, waiting for an opportunity. The moment the spider swung its leg again, he saw his chance. Now's the time. Block the frontal attack and redirect the side one. Thinking this, Yu-Won swung his sword to deflect the incoming leg to the side. At the same time, another leg came from a different angle. He positioned his sword over his shoulder, letting the leg slide along the blade and veer off. Relieved, Yu-Won thought, good. It's getting clearer bit by bit. Come closer. Meanwhile, the battle between Dako and Rachel was entirely one-sided, with Dako toying with the berserk girl like a cat with a mouse. As if growing bored of the game, Dako tripped Rachel, sending her face first into the ground. Ignoring the shy girl, Dako turned her attention to Yu-Won's fight. Unbelievable. I imagined you'd gain something from watching my slash, but you've shown me something I didn't expect. Yu-Won possesses a rare talent from the Central Plains, utilizing the essence of flow, a skill few pursue. Redirecting an opponent's strength is a technique that seizes a split-second opportunity, a mere 10,000th of a second. Due to its high risk and immense effort, most opt for simpler techniques. For someone like me, who's always pursued overpowering martial arts, you've shown me a new perspective. I never thought a skill I once dismissed as trivial could be so profound and look so cool. Her cheeks flushed slightly before Rachel's shout snapped her out of it. Thanks, beast, for pointing out my embarrassing state. Hey, let me go. Light called out. Ignoring his plea, Dako gave Rachel a sharp knock on the head, then refocused her thoughts. But just redirecting it won't end the fight. To win, you need to see the bigger picture. If you've come this far, show me you won. As Dako said, the protagonist understood this. He stayed focused, searching for an opportunity. There it is. As the elite spider thrust its leg at him again, Yu-Won moved to meet it. Now, use the enemy's piercing strength, spin, and combine two decapitation skills. Thinking this, he shifted his sword to deflect the spider's leg aside. Using its momentum, he spun, amplifying his strike's force. Infusing blood poison and decapitation into the blow, Yu-Won swung his sword straight at the spider's face, leaving a massive gash. The spider screamed as if its house were on fire. From behind, Dako clenched her fist in excitement. That's it, well done. She cheered inwardly. Returning to Yu-Won, after seeing the elite spider collapse, he slumped to the ground, panting from exhaustion. As a reward for his efforts, the system promptly issued a notification. Temporary synthesis of origin concepts creates a stronger concept. The depth of the concepts of poison, air, and language each increased by 5 points. Seeing these notifications, Yu-Won couldn't help but feel surprised. Whoa, I did it. It went up that much? He wondered to himself. But before he could check his status, Light and Dako called for help. Hey, Yu-Won, handle this for me, will you? Light said, still trapped in spider webs. Meanwhile, Rachel was still going berserk, attacking Dako. This too, Dako added. Yu-Won gave a wry smile. Everyone's relying on me just because I took down one elite monster, huh? Light, aren't you supposed to be an all-powerful genius? In response, Light's eyes softened, almost teary. Sorry, I'm stuck and can't use magic. Even Dako had to agree. That monster's durability and strength are insane. I wish I was stuck like that idiot. Her comment made Yu-Won's eyes light up, as if struck by an idea. Sounds good, he muttered. He quickly put his plan into action. Study the concept of the spider web's trapping Light and feed it to Eve. I just need a net to catch the beast. He absorbed the concept from the webs and fed it to his small snake, Eve. You have acquired the concept of web. Eve's concept depth is 25, surpassing web's level 16. After absorbing the concept, Eve's body transformed into a cage of chains. Yu-Won threw the chain net at Rachel, catching her off guard. The chains wrapped tightly around her, and the more she struggled, the tighter they became. Seeing this, Yu-Won smirked. Haha, go ahead and struggle, Rachel. It'll only tighten more and drain your mana. The more you fight, the stronger it holds. He grinned as the chains bound Rachel in an oddly suggestive way, making both Light and Yu-Won blush. Light quickly covered Yu-Won's eyes, warning, you shouldn't look at that. Annoyed, Yu-Won gritted his teeth. What about you, then? I'm fine. Light stammered awkwardly. As for Dako, seeing things stabilize, she scanned the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Phew, good thing this room hasn't transformed. That chain net's pretty useful. At that moment, Yuan's pendant began ringing with warning sounds, urging him to speak up. My badge is sounding again. Let's get out of here. Dako nodded. Yeah, let's go. But before they could move, a red energy orb appeared behind them. A strange voice echoed from it. You brats passed the test. Yuan's group tensed at the sound. He turned toward it and demanded, Who's speaking? In response, the orb morphed into the silhouette of a woman. She extended a hand toward them and made an offer. I'll grant your reward now. I offer you the chance to form a contract with the overseer of 10,000 eyes. The scene shifts outside the tower. Professor Yumina is anxiously waiting for her students, who haven't emerged. But soon, Yuan's group is teleported out via a transfer array. Phew, anyone hurt? Yuan asked. Where are we? Light said curiously. This is where we entered, Dako replied. Seeing her students return, Yumina rushed over, her face full of worry. Are you all okay? Any injuries or side effects? Seeing her near tears, Yuan smiled reassuringly. We're fine, Professor. Calm down. Despite his words, Yumina's heart was still racing. Even though the emergency evacuation notice failed, I was so worried when no one came out. Thank goodness you're safe. What happened in there? Can you tell me? Her question startled the group. Yuan scratched his head, hesitating. Let's sit down somewhere first. The scene shifts to a quiet, secluded area. Yuan finally has a chance to ask about the tower incident. So, what happened here? We got pulled into a weird place not long after the fourth room transformed. While we were in there, what happened out here? Yumina's face grew somber. One student was killed by an intruder from outside. The academy's handling it, but the victim's teammates are devastated. That might be the cause of the earlier anomalies. We've mentioned these intruders before, right? Her words triggered Yuan's memory of past warnings about space pirates who target new students, kill them, and steal their badges, trapping them forever without resurrection. Sweating, he asked cautiously, Have we found the intruder? Yumina shook her head. They escaped. The students there couldn't stop them. Hearing this, Dako, listening nearby, shared her theory. It seems this test was set up, even if they aren't students here. Some reckless fools want to climb Babel Tower with us. New students who just passed the entrance exam are easy prey. They kill new students to tarnish Leo Tower Academy's reputation and infiltrate using stolen badges. From the Academy's perspective, she added, facing intruders is a mandatory test, burdening students with great responsibility. Isn't that right? Dako teased, glancing at Yumina. Her words hit the mark, leaving Yumina speechless. Seeing Yumina's flustered expression, Dako sighed and mocked. What a wonderful place this is. Intruders blatantly invade the tower, which is Academy territory, and the Academy can't even stop them from slaughtering its students. Yet its title as the greatest academy ever remains unquestioned. The group fell silent, deep in thought. Yumina couldn't agree. You're misunderstanding, Dako. Protecting students is the Academy's duty, but once they enter the tower, they're on their own. The tower allowing intruders is unchangeable. It's the tower's will. Her head dipped slightly, avoiding her students' gazes. Dako gritted her teeth in frustration. The tower's will? If that's the case, I don't need to stay here. She activated her pendant and teleported away before Yumina could stop her. Yuan spoke up. Please understand her, Professor. Bad things happened inside the tower. Noticing the group's strange mood since their return, Yumina asked, Tell me, Yuan, what happened in there? He hesitated briefly, but then revealed everything. Right before we came back, we met the Guardian of the Stars. At his words, Yumina's face turned pale with shock. The omnipotent Guardians, or the Observers, absorb countless spatial dimensions. When they find someone they deem suitable, they form a contract through that individual. They are transcendent beings, wielding immense influence over those dimensions. They grant powers, magic, authority, extraordinary skills, artifacts, and far more to compel others to follow them. However, in return, they demand a great deal. Even so, some reject these offerings. But upon closer thought, in a world where power holds immense value, nothing is more enticing than what they bestow. The true Star Watchers are undeniably captivating partners. Returning to Professor Yumina, after taking a moment to compose herself, she curiously asked, A Star Watcher in this world? In response, Yuan nodded with absolute certainty. Yes, The observer of all beings told me so in a very peculiar tone. That entity promised me power in exchange for fulfilling its demands, he said, his face showing a hint of unease. Yet, the professor seemed to overlook this. Instead, she looked at Yuan with a radiant expression and congratulated him. That's incredible, everyone. To be offered a contract with a Star Watcher in the early days of stepping into the tower is a first-ever recorded event at the Academy. Simply having a contract with a Star Watcher this early means your talent has already been recognized. She spoke excitedly, oblivious to the fact that, as she went on, the faces of Light and Rachel grew increasingly somber. Meanwhile, the protagonist, hearing such high praise, found it somewhat hard to believe. Is that really true? He asked, and the professor nodded enthusiastically. Would I lie to you? Returning to Yuan, being so highly regarded didn't bring him much joy. Instead, he asked his professor with a hint of confusion. Professor, how will the Academy react to false contracts with the Watchers? Why do you ask? Yumina was initially curious, but answered promptly. Naturally, they'll remain neutral, but if such an opportunity truly arises, they'll encourage you to seize it. I see. So the Academy encourages us to accept these contracts, Yuan replied. To clarify further, Professor Yumina added, exactly. In the various dimensions, the tower is where the Star Watchers focus most of their attention. No one is better suited to climb the tower than those contracted with the stars. Returning to the protagonist's thoughts, the more he heard, the more his skepticism grew. It was unbelievable that a place like the Academy had no defenses against such an intruder. Sure, they were friendly and not harmful, but with so little information about them, how could anyone be so certain? It was perplexing. He reassured himself internally before Yumina's question snapped him back. So, Yuan, what exactly did the observer of all beings ask of you? She asked eagerly, her face full of curiosity. The response, however, was not what she expected. As he spoke, Yuan's expression began to shift. Well, the entity asked me to assassinate. It promised to form a contract with two of us if one of us killed the other first. That's what the Star Watcher demanded. Flashing back to the moment when the Star Watcher made its request to the group. Only those with bloodlust in their veins, offering me songs and chants of power. Children with astonishing potential. Slit the throat of your comrade and offer it to me. I shall make you my most trusted servant until you reach the top of this tower and claim what you desire. My love will never abandon you. Now do it. As she spoke, the red-haired girl extended her hand toward the group, as if inviting them to slaughter one another. Naturally, Yuan found the request utterly absurd. What kind of nonsense was this, demanding he kill his friends for power? Who would even do that? Do you think I'd comply so easily? He thought, glancing at Dako with a hint of uncertainty. If Dako lost control, no one in the group could stop him. True to form, Dako didn't disappoint. Facing the demand, he stepped forward and glared at the Star Watcher. The stars? Leave me alone. Her cold voice cut through as she unleashed her power. Back in the present, after hearing the story, the professor felt bewildered on their behalf. She knew things weren't as simple as the protagonist described. So that's what happened? That girl must have unleashed all her energy, huh? Yumina remarked, and Yuan nodded. Yes, she forced the Star Watcher to back off, but treating our lives like toys is truly terrifying. Pausing briefly, Yuan continued. Does this mean we can't enter the tower until the week is over? It seems too dangerous. They'll be monitoring the tower all next week for any intrusions. Yumina replied, That's right. This forced Yuan to recalculate his plans to gain enough strength to face the Stone Man. The duel was set for Tuesday, and now he couldn't climb the tower, an undeniable setback. How was he supposed to train in the remaining time? He sighed inwardly before recalling something and turning to the professor. Professor, I'm planning to report what happened in the tower along with the recording we have. Is that okay? To this, the professor pondered for a moment before nodding. That's fine. If possible, I'd love to hear the report over dinner with you all, but it seems that won't happen, will it? She glanced at Rachel, who sat quietly to the side. With their current mood, Yuan could only shake his head. Yeah, everyone seems pretty drained. Returning to Professor Yumina, regarding what her students had been through, she could only offer a few words of comfort. I understand. Yuan, Light, Rachel, you all did well. I'll ensure nothing like this happens again starting next week. I hope none of you form a biased view of the academy. For today, just rest up. Hearing this, the group's mood lightened slightly, and Yu-Won replied, Yes, thank you. Have a great weekend, Professor. With that, Light and Rachel used their pendants to teleport away. Just as Yu-Won was about to do the same, Yumina suddenly called him back. Wait a moment, Yu-Won. I have one question, and I'll get straight to it. The observer of all beings didn't just promise a contract with 2 of the 4 of you. It specifically named you and Dako. Her accurate guess left Yu-Won stunned. He nodded bitterly, recalling the moment the Star Watcher singled out him and Dako. You two could surely reach the top of the tower together. Absolutely, but only if you eliminate these burdens. As she spoke, she pointed at Light and Rachel, who stood warily nearby. Hearing this, both of their faces froze in shock. Ignoring their reactions, the observer of all beings continued. Now, my precious children, deal with those burdens. I promise you 2 will climb the tower side by side. You'll be left with only the purest, most refined potential to defeat all. Accept the power I offer. That's what this world revolves around. Back in the present, after returning to his room, Yu-Won saw Light curled up in a chair, looking almost catatonic. Finally back. Is he not even going to wash up? Seeing his roommate's state, Yu-Won muttered casually. Pretty intense, huh? Even Rachel couldn't stay cheerful. Is sitting like that even comfortable? Looks miserable. As he spoke, Yu-Won took off his shirt. Meanwhile, Light turned to him and said in a slightly distant tone, Yu-Won, are you mocking me for sitting weirdly? Hearing this, Yu-Won quickly turned to explain. What? I didn't mean it like that. From behind, Light seemed to realize he'd overreacted and lowered his head. Sorry, I just feel like digging a hole and burying myself. Go ahead and roast me. I didn't mean it. Yu-Won, flustered, said, What's this? I wasn't thinking that at all. For some reason, his words made Light laugh mockingly. Really, I'm not even worth the effort to roast. The more Yu-Won listened, the more he felt his friend's mind was unraveling. Why was he reacting like this? He was usually so arrogant. Yu-Won wondered to himself. Then, out of nowhere, Light said coldly, You know, Yu-Won, to be honest, I kind of hate you. In response to these words, Yu-Won didn't bother hiding his feelings anymore and admitted outright, Haha, so what? I hate you too. Finally, we have something in common, he thought to himself but didn't dare say aloud. I really want to say it, but I have to hold back, have to endure. Calling an idiot would be too rude. As he thought this, Yu-Won clenched his fists in frustration. After a few seconds of calming himself, the protagonist sat down to listen to the other party. Hey, Light, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if you complain, it's fine. I'll listen to everything. As he spoke, he stared intently at the night. Only after hearing these words from the protagonist did Light begin to open up and share his story. Same here. In my world, I was one of the greatest geniuses. No exaggeration. My family, my subordinates, everyone admired and praised my talents. They entrusted the holy sword to me, not out of flattery. With the faith everyone placed in me, I formed a contract with the holy sword and came to this academy carrying their expectations. But what's going on? What the hell am I doing? Why did that thing treat me like a useless burden? As he said this, Light's mental state seemed to waver, prompting Yu-Won to quickly offer comfort. Hey, Light, you don't need to pay attention to what those holy relics or whatever say. Before Yu-Won could finish, Light cut him off. Whether it's a holy relic or not, you call them whatever because you're the chosen one. But I'm different. In the end, I'm just an outsider compared to the 2 of you who were chosen. They're divine beings, transcendent creatures, far stronger and wiser than humans. With an offer like that, how could you and Dako reject it so easily? Light raised his voice, questioning Yu-Won, who fell silent for a few seconds. Then, he slowly explained to help Light understand. Because it's obviously nonsense. That kind of proposal, there are plenty of ways to grow stronger without anyone dying. You and I, we didn't come here to follow that kind of thing, right? Yu-Won asked, but his words didn't seem enough to sway the knight. Light curled up further and shook his head. You say that because you're an exceptional genius. Honestly, if that's what it took to be chosen, I might have hesitated and sacrificed all of you. I probably wouldn't have rejected it as firmly as you and Dako did. I'd have chosen it. The truth is, I feel resentful, terrified, and I can't forgive myself. As he said this, Light's face became indescribably complex. Time passed quickly, and though it's unclear how their conversation ended, Yu-won had now finished showering. He sighed and glanced at Light, who was lying on the bed. As if sensing the protagonist's gaze, Light spoke up. Yu-won, I'm sorry for whining earlier. It's not your fault, yet I acted jealous. I told some annoying stories. I'm really sorry. His voice was filled with guilt. Seeing him speak like this, Yu-won gave a faint smile and brushed it off. We're friends, aren't we? I'm ready to listen anytime. I'm heading out for a bit. If you want some hot chocolate, go ahead and drink it. Bad things usually fade away after some sweets. With that, Yu-won placed a cup of hot chocolate on the table. From the bed, Light softly replied, Thanks. Returning to Yu-won, after closing the door and stepping into the hallway, he thought to himself, he's changed completely since we first met, hasn't he? I need to be more careful with my words next time. Yu-won reminded himself. At that moment, the swordswoman Dako spotted him in the hallway and excitedly ran over. Oh, you're back? Good thing I don't have to go inside. Lucky me. Hearing Dako's voice, Yu-won panicked and shouted, Why are you here? This is the guy's dorm. His eyes widened as he spoke. Dako quickly gestured for him to quiet down. Shoo, if no one sees, it's not a problem, got it, she said with a playful grin. Before Yu-won could complain further, she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him elsewhere, the scene shifting to a wooden bench outside. Once seated, Yu-won shrugged and said, So, you came here because the cafe was too crowded? Instead of answering, Dako turned to ask about Light's condition. I was curious, so I came by. How's the burden doing? Is he okay? In response, the protagonist's tone carried a hint of complaint. Come on, what do you mean burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing this, Dako cleared her throat. Isn't it true? He just swings his strength around like an idiot. A pitiful, talentless guy with no adaptability. Right. Light's not talentless. He's skilled in swordsmanship and has plenty of other abilities. Yu-won defended his roommate. But Dako had already seen through the knight's true nature. The problem is, all of that comes from his sword. You know it too. His strong body, sharp combat instincts, special abilities, all thanks to that sword. Without it, he's no different from a useless fool who can't even read the situation. He panics at critical moments, gets caught, and ends up a complete idiot, a total dimwit. The swordswoman listed Light's weaknesses, making Yu-won rub his forehead in frustration and stop her. All right, I get it. Stop, if I keep listening to you, we'll be here all day. Hearing this, Dako paused her critique. Then her tone grew more serious. In a critical situation like that, if he loses all his courage and spirit, it's over. There's no need to stick together anymore. Even without that, the monster was already weakened. If that idiot keeps staying silent, then really, Dako trailed off, but her words were enough for Yu-won to grasp her meaning. Still, he was curious whether she was insulting Light or genuinely worried about him. Thinking this, Yu-won turned to ask Dako, What about you? You acted pretty weird when we met that divine being, snapping at the professor too. Are you okay? His voice carried a touch of concern, causing Dako's face to flush slightly, her mental state a bit flustered. You're worried about me? Why don't you use your ability to check? She retorted. Yu-won sighed and looked skyward. Ugh, I don't need an ability to tell. It's written all over your face. I'm just asking if you're okay. As he spoke, he pulled a cup of hot chocolate from his inventory and handed it to Dako. Returning to the swordswoman's thoughts, she gently accepted the cup, feeling a bit pleased. He's comforting me, isn't he? She thought, taking a sip of the chocolate and nodding in approval. Sweeter than I expected. What are you talking about? Hot chocolate's supposed to be sweet, Yu-won replied casually. After that, Dako's mood seemed to improve, and she began to open up. Thanks for worrying, but it's not that serious. I was just annoyed back then. Hearing this, Yu-won shot her a curious glance and asked, What got you so worked up? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Do you think I, the observer with 10,000 eyes, and that thing share the same mindset? That's what you're thinking, right? Her sudden comment made Yu-won let out a surprised exclamation. What? Beside him, Dako continued to explain. In essence, it's the same if those two can't contribute anything. I was thinking about cutting them loose. Returning to Yu-won, the more he listened, the more he felt the conversation was veering in a troubling direction, so he hurriedly asked, What are you babbling about? In response, Dako's expression grew colder. That's why I was so annoyed. If I were more ruthless, I might have only kept capable people by my side. If I were truly determined, even if I didn't directly kill them, I could have indirectly caused their deaths through my indifference. That's probably me. I'm angry at myself for even considering such a method. Dako spoke bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist quietly sipped his hot chocolate before asking, "Is that so?" "Yeah, it is," Dako replied calmly. "So, you're saying you're an idiot then?" Yuwon's teasing tone made the swordswoman's face flush red. Then, she turned away in frustration, sharing her deepest thoughts. "This is the reaction I get." She thought irritably before turning back to ask, "Do you really think those two have talent?" In response, Yuwon gave her a confident look. "Absolutely. No matter how impressive an artifact is, without talent, they wouldn't have made it this far. Light has an innate gift for swordsmanship, but he's been relying too much on the holy sword. It makes it hard for him to keep up with unexpected variables in a fight. It's the same with Rachel. She has extraordinary physical ability and potential. It's just held back by her mindset. It's not easy, but if they can complement each other and fix their lingering issues, their talents will surpass anything you or I could imagine." Yuwon said with a smile, sharing his assessment. His words made the white-haired swordswoman pause in thought. Though she wasn't fully convinced about the other two, she decided to place her trust in Yuwon. "All right, I'll believe you. If they train hard, results will eventually speak for themselves." Hearing this from Dako, Yuwon's eyes lit up with delight as he asked, "Oh, so you're ready to help out now?" "Like you said, if they overcome their struggles and grow, I'll admit you were right. But if things don't turn out as I expect, you're taking responsibility," she said, glancing at Yuwon, causing his expression to falter slightly. Before he could object, Dako continued, "That's because you made me hold off my judgment and waste time on those idiots. Think carefully about that. See you tomorrow morning. Bring those two kids along." With that, Dako walked off immediately, leaving Yuwon no chance to say another word. Time quickly passed to the next morning. The scene shifted to training. Light and Dako were sparring hand-to-hand. Each of their strikes sent sharp gusts echoing around them, and predictably, Light was being overwhelmed. His punches couldn't even graze Dako. Meanwhile, Dako effortlessly sent the knight flying toward Yuwon with a single punch. "Ugh, too weak," Light muttered, as if delivering his last will. Hearing this, Yuwon rushed over. "What? I'm right here." In response, Light wore a resentful expression and complained, "You said you'd teach me something, so I followed you. But why am I the only one getting beaten up?" At this, Yuwon stammered, struggling to explain. Before he could find an excuse, Dako approached, stomping the ground and shouting, "So pathetic. This is physical training. It's completely normal to do it this way. You're not the type who can learn just by watching like Yuwon, so stop whining and get up." Returning to Light, his entire body trembled as he reached for his sword. "Boo-hoo, my sword, give me my sword." "No way. Until you learn to fight without it, you're not getting it back," Dako refused flatly. Her words made Light's eyes roll back in despair. "But I'm a swordsman. Taking a sword from a swordsman, what's fair about that?" In response, Dako shot him a look as if he were an idiot. "If you lose your sword, is that how you'll meet your end?" "No, I'd never lose it," Light insisted. But his dodging response infuriated Dako. "Oh, really? Want to grab your sword and fight me? I guarantee you'd lose it in 3 seconds." Her bold declaration left Light speechless, unable to retort. He could only mutter to himself in despair. To encourage him, Yuwon offered some helpful words. "Light, this training is for your growth. Dako and I agreed on this. Trust us this time and train without your sword. It's all for you." From Light's perspective, he seemed to sense the sincerity in Yuwon's words and gradually regained his resolve. If Yuwon has a plan, it must mean something. "All right, I'll trust you and give it a try." "Great. Let's start again," the knight said enthusiastically. But before he could finish, Dako charged forward, delivering a spinning high kick that sent Light flying backward like a tattered sack. Another opening. "What are you doing? Your stance is awful. Aren't you going to block? Don't just rely on your eyes to attack. Sense it with all your senses. Stop getting hit already. If you get it, focus. Your fighting is really that bad without the holy sword." Dako taunted as she unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, leaving Light no choice but to raise his arms to defend. Nearby, Yu-Won, using his keen observation, noticed the issue. Dako's words were spot on. Right now, Light's stats were steadily declining. Normally, he was a monster who could easily handle someone like Eider. But for some reason, now that he was fighting without his sword, his abilities could improve drastically. If this change was due to the Holy Sword, his condition was worse than Yu-Won had thought. This realization made Yu-Won's brows furrow tightly. Meanwhile, Dako's scolding didn't stop. She delivered heavy blows like a hammer while shouting, "You're getting weaker. Is the real you the Holy Sword? Are you the sword itself?" "No way," Light shouted. "What's that supposed to mean? You're completely useless without it," Dako shot back. "That's not true," Light gritted his teeth. "If you really don't think so, stop reaching for a sword that's not even in your hand. Face me." Dako's fierce shout seemed to awaken something within Light. Suddenly, his entire body emitted a radiant glow. Then, with a loud cry, Light threw a punch at blinding speed straight ahead, catching Dako off guard and forcing her to dodge. The force of Light's punch created a gust that sent everything behind it flying. But what shocked everyone even more was Light's current appearance. He had transformed completely into a woman with long, flowing hair and an enormous chest. This new appearance left Yu-Won and Rachel, who were observing from the side, utterly stunned. Turning to the swordswoman Dako, as she looked at Light's transformed state, she paused thoughtfully, about to say something when Light's body suddenly underwent another change. The radiant light enveloping him was abruptly drawn into a cross-shaped mark on his chest, causing Light to collapse in pain onto the ground. Seeing this, Yu-Won rushed over to check on him, but Dako held up a hand to stop him. "Relax, he's fine. It's just not something easy to handle." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke, and Light's form returned to normal. Then, Dako asked in a cold tone, "You know what the problem is, don't you?" In response, the knight's face showed a hint of sadness as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, you and Yu-Won were right. I can't keep going like this. Spar with me again." Across from him, Dako said, "Before that, I'm sorry for misjudging you." Hearing this, Light scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "No, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one who's getting help here," Light said cheerfully. But his joy didn't last 3 seconds before Dako's next word shattered it. "I thought you were just a clueless idiot, but you're actually an idiot carrying a bomb on your back. Let's hope that bomb doesn't go off in the tower." She sighed heavily in exasperation. Light could only wail, "I really don't like you." Meanwhile, Rachel, watching Light and Dako, felt a spark of determination and suggested to the protagonist, "Yu-Won, we should do something like that too." She tugged lightly at his sleeve, but at that moment, Yu-Won didn't hear her. He was still focused on Light, noticing something odd. What was that just now? A holy spirit, a demon spirit. How could such opposites coexist in one body? That must be what caused the outburst. Does Light know about this? All right, I'll talk to him later at the dorm. Yu-Won thought to himself before turning to Rachel. "Oh, sorry. Rachel, you've been calling me for a while, huh? I was lost in thought." "It's okay. More importantly, if it's all right, let's spar too," Rachel suggested shyly. But when Yu-Won thought of her frenzied state, he hesitated and stammered, "Is that okay?" Across from him, the pink-haired girl guessed his concern and quickly clarified, "I mean, it's not okay. But you have a way to restrain me, so I want to control my power. I want to be useful too." Her voice was filled with pleading, making it impossible for Yu-Won to refuse. "All right," he nodded, heading toward the weapon rack nearby. As he walked, he thought, Rachel's unusually proactive today. Was yesterday's incident that much of a shock? With that, he casually tossed her a wooden sword and explained, "We'll set our own pace. No need to be as intense as them, right? We'll ramp it up gradually." "Got it," Rachel nodded. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his sword. "All right, let's start." "Yeah, I'll do my best too," Rachel replied. At that moment, Yu-Won realized, wait, isn't this the school life I dreamed of? The youth I imagined wasn't about chaotic battles with gritted teeth and pointless strikes, but about guys and girls encouraging each other, honing their skills together. This is it. Haha, I'm so lucky. Thanks to Rachel, my dreams come true. The protagonist thought joyfully, his nose even turning slightly red. Across from him, Rachel's face showed a hint of worry as she said, "All right, I'm starting." "Go for it," Yu-Won replied softly. But the moment he finished speaking, Ruchel's demeanor shifted entirely, entering her frenzied state, causing Yuwon's face to turn pale with fear. Just 5 minutes later, he had to call on his tiny snake, Eve, to transform into chains to restrain her. Eve, hold tight. No matter what, don't let go, Yuwon said in a panic. Quickly, as the chains drained Ruchel's mana, her consciousness gradually returned. You're back, Yuwon asked, his eyes teary. Seeing his current state, Ruchel realized things hadn't gone smoothly and covered her mouth, asking, Yuwon, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? How many times did this happen? In response, Yuwon's soul seemed to nearly leave his body. I lost count, but probably over 10 times. It's fine, my limbs are still attached. Returning to Ruchel, she could only cry and blame herself. I'm so sorry. It's because of me that you're like this. As she spoke, her eyes glistened, looking utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Yuwon couldn't help but pat her head and comfort her. It's really okay. I promised to help you, didn't I? I was prepared for this kind of thing, so don't be sad, Yuwon said warmly, making Ruchel's face flush slightly. But before the two could share a tender moment, Dako's shouting interrupted, startling them as if they'd been caught red-handed. Haha, while I'm slaving away training, you're sweet-talking a beast? Dako said, dragging Light's limp body toward them. Facing her accusatory glare, Yuwon quickly retorted, sweet-talking? Don't you see I almost died just now? Hearing this, Dako didn't buy it, muttering, sweet-talking an innocent beast. Her voice dripped with dissatisfaction. That's not it. Yuwon was really just worried about me, Ruchel hurriedly explained. In response, the white-haired girl gave her a skeptical look. Sure, a beast with ulterior motives, huh? Her sharp words hit home, making Ruchel flinch, her cheeks turning red. Then, Dako stopped teasing and turned serious, advising. Training while distracted is disrespectful to your opponent. Beast, you need to let go of those thoughts. Returning to the protagonist, who had been listening, he thought to himself, Ruchel, you were so proactive, but now you're shy again. She's too soft with Dako. No, thinking about what happened, isn't it amazing that she's motivated at all? If it were me, I'd be moping all day. She probably doesn't have time to care for her mental health. But Ruchel's trying her best. With that thought, Yuwon felt he should do something to lift his pink-haired friend's spirits. So, he spoke up. All right, I talked to the professors, and when we leave the floating island, I can bring one of you along, and I just got approval. Hearing this, Dako flicked her hair, fantasizing. Great, it's too stuffy here anyway. Ignoring her, Yuwon immediately turned to Ruchel. So, Ruchel, from now on, come with me. Let's go on a date together. Yuwon's words left the other two stunned. Time passed quickly, and as planned, Yuwon and Ruchel were now out on their date. The scene shifted to a clothing store, where Dako's accusatory voice rang through the communication screen. No, I told you before you left. Hearing this, Yuwon explained wearily. It's not an overnight trip, just a short outing. I'll be back before evening. On the other side, Dako's expression remained visibly annoyed. Fine, but you've been living in another world too long. Do you really think men and women casually go out so carelessly at night? Meanwhile, Light, on the other end, burst into tears. Hey, Yuwon, that's it? If you're going out with someone other than me, your roommate. Before Light could finish, Yuwon cut him off. Are you my mom or something? At that moment, Ruchel emerged from the fitting room, shyly saying, Sorry, I tried on the outfit you suggested. Does it look okay? It feels like it's showing off my body. Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment. But the outfit accentuated her beauty so much that Yuwon couldn't help but cover his mouth and give a thumbs up. It looks really great. On the other end, Light and Dako, witnessing the scene, nearly lost it. Just wait till you get back. I want to go out too, Dako shouted. Ignoring them, the two continued their stroll. It was Ruchel's first time outside the academy grounds, and she was thrilled. Wow, this is amazing. I never imagined there'd be such a huge city outside the academy. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around. Behind her, Yuwon nodded with a smile. Pretty great, right? Though I've only been to the city outskirts twice myself. Let's walk around a bit. There's a shop and a mall over there. Okay, Ruchel replied, hurrying to catch up with Yuwon. But before she realized it, the crowd grew overwhelming. If this keeps up, I might lose Yuwon. Thinking this, she quickly reached out. Luckily, Yuan noticed the issue, grabbed her wrist, and said apologetically, "Oh no, are you okay? Sorry, I forgot this is your first time in a place like this." "I'm fine," Rachel shook her head. Seeing this, Yuan gently held her small hand and suggested, "There are a lot of people in the mall, so let's hold hands from now on." As he spoke, he turned away, as if hiding his flushed face. Rachel nodded. And so, they spent the day together, enjoying the city, from trying street food to visiting a stuffed animal shop and strolling through a park. This lifted Dako's mood like never before. Finally, they stopped at an outdoor restaurant. While eating, Yuan asked worriedly, "Are you really okay with this? The ingredients here are all made from monster meat, I think." But his concern was unnecessary. Rachel savored the food without hesitation. "That's why I love it. It's so delicious," she said with a satisfied expression. Yuan nodded in agreement. "Wow, it's tastier than I expected." From Rachel's perspective, she enjoyed the meal, humming a tune. "I'm so surprised. I can't believe I'm eating such delicious meat in the city, all thanks to Yuan." As she thought this, her mood suddenly dipped for some reason, catching Yuan's attention. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" In response, Rachel said sadly, "No, it's not that. I just realized I'm getting too excited. This is the first time you've taken me to the city after so long. You got me nice clothes as a gift and treated me to this amazing meal, but I haven't done anything for you. I'm wondering if it's okay to enjoy myself this much. I don't even know if what I'm doing is actually helping me control my powers. I just don't know." Her voice grew increasingly uncertain. Hearing this, Yuan paused for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand, channeling a concept into his palm, and said, "Can you look at this for a moment? The emotions you're feeling right now are appearing in my hand." Rachel looked confused and shook her head. "I don't see anything." "Well, let's just say it's there," Yuan replied awkwardly, continuing to explain. "Until recently, my ability could only pick up anger. But now it's different. Even with just a short time together, I can sense these emotions. If we get closer and bond more, I'm sure we can find a way to solve your problem." From Rachel's perspective, after hearing the protagonist's comforting words, she lowered her head and murmured, "You know what my problem is now, don't you?" "Yeah. But now all your worries are gone." As he spoke, Yuan crushed the orb representing Rachel's sadness in his hand and continued confidently, "I promise you again, I'll take care of all your troubles. So I hope you can enjoy today without worrying about anything." He smiled warmly. His assurance greatly lifted Rachel's spirits. "Okay," she replied softly, thinking to herself, "That's amazing." Yuan's words feel almost magical. Returning to the protagonist, perhaps realizing his earlier words were a bit too bold, he scratched his head sheepishly. Even though I said it so confidently, next time we go out, I won't call it a date." Before he could finish, Rachel quickly interrupted, "No, it's not too much at all. Quite the opposite. I mean, I want to get closer to you, Yuan. I want to know more about you. Like her, I mean Dako, she's like that. She might scare me and others a bit, but she seems to really like you." As she spoke, Rachel glanced at Yuan with a probing look. Whether he understood her meaning or not, Yuan quickly waved his hands in denial. No, she doesn't like me. It's more like she wants to own me, like you'd want a sharp dagger or weapon." Hearing his explanation, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, you want a weapon? You really think that?" Seeing her reaction, Yuan didn't get the issue. "What's so funny? Why are you laughing?" "No, I just feel a bit relieved. I thought you were some all-powerful mage or something, but I guess I was wrong. Thanks to that, I feel like I can try harder. Come on, if you're done eating, let's go. You've bought me so many gifts and clothes. To thank you, I'll pick out an outfit for you." As she spoke, she grabbed Yuan's hand. "All right, don't worry about money. Let's just enjoy ourselves," Yuan replied with a grin, already a wealthy guy. "Haha, going out with someone as amazing as you feels so luxurious," Rachel added. In another scene, the setting shifted to a meeting of the Academy's professors. The atmosphere was tense, making the small robot on Yumina's shoulder slightly anxious. She gestured for it to stay quiet. "I'm fine. It's a bit uncomfortable, but it'll be over soon." With that thought, shouts erupted in the meeting. How did information about the tower spread so widely? Who can accept something like a tower climbing leaderboard? How dare they do this? Hearing this, a female professor voiced her opinion. The information spread too quickly before. There was no way to stop it. Yeah, because there was no violence involved, another replied. But then a professor slammed the table, shouting, "From the start, we shouldn't have let those from secondary worlds act so recklessly." At the same time, a loud voice cut through the room, silencing everyone. "Enough," Professor Yumina said. "No matter how you feel, your students' autonomous actions have gone too far. This is a clear violation of Academy rules. Correct? Are you aware of the responsibility you'll face for letting him do whatever he wants?" The purple-haired professor glared as he spoke, flashing back to a time before the professors' meeting. After Yumina reviewed the video recorded by Yuwon's group, she felt an overwhelming headache. Good grief, he really recorded the entire process inside the tower. Initially, he said he'd climb and document the ascent. There were no objections, of course, but I never imagined he'd succeed to this extent. It's a given in this world that electronic devices, peripherals, or artifacts don't work inside the tower. They'd be overloaded by the tower's magical energy. That's just common knowledge. Yet he overcame that and produced results beyond imagination. He probably doesn't even realize the significance of it. Not only did he bring back footage from inside the tower, but he also created a tool that functions in there. It's absurd, and the absurdity doesn't stop there. Thinking this, Yumina recalled her conversation with Yuwon when the protagonist proposed. "What? You plan to publicly post that footage on your channel?" The professor was stunned, and Yuwon candidly shared, "Yes, I think it'll help draw attention. Rebellion, as our group calls it, is a way to boost favorability among other students in the academy." Returning to Yumina, she had no intention of stopping him. "Still," she cautioned, "are you sure about this? The valuable information about the tower that you all worked so hard to gather will be spread across social media. Won't you regret it?" Hearing this, Yuwon was confident, without a trace of worry. "The effort includes the contributions of my friends too. More importantly, right now, only TKI can record footage. There's no other way to capture anything inside the tower. That means I've got a monopoly on the information. Certain entities like the Star Watchers will be edited out of the footage before posting. Sharing this information will benefit everyone. If that's the case, then all right." Yumina nodded, impressed by the protagonist's reasoning. "Remarkable. I once told him about the injustices in the academy, but I never thought he'd handle it like this." With that thought, Yumina didn't forget the potential backlash and added, "But remember, there will be consequences." In response, Yuwon, having anticipated this, had no objections. "Yes, as you said, this incident will have consequences, big or small, so we should establish our position. Doesn't that mean supervision will reassure the professors?" Yuwon said with a smile, earning even higher regard from Yumina. "What's most noteworthy is that I never imagined it would turn out so admirable and precious. He's created a strange expectation, as if what he's fostering could work miracles, bridging the gaps between dimensions." Returning to the meeting, after seeing Yumina lost in thought, the purple-haired professor pressed further. "What are you thinking about? How will you take responsibility for letting him act so freely?" In response, Yumina reminded herself, "I have a gut feeling I should trust and support him." With that, she stood up and countered. "Responsibility? Recording and posting about the tower, isn't that a basic right? What's the issue with it? Who's responsible for what? I don't understand what your question even means." In reply, Professor Cannon sneered mockingly. You're quite the eloquent liar. Am I the only one who thinks you're just pretending to care about your students?" Before he could finish, Head Professor Talia Liriana, the lead representative of the Artifact Creation Department, cut him off. "Silence." She turned to Yumina and said, "Don't provoke me. Just get to the point. Who is he? Even if you ask, he's just an ordinary student. A first year who enrolled this year." Yumina shook her head. At this, Professor Rujan Mayan, from the Combat Aura Department, objected, "No way. He's just a student, and that's why I can't accept it. Selfishness has its limits, you know. The tower's information is closely tied to the academy. How could you irresponsibly let it spread? That's clearly a violation of academy regulations." Hearing him, Yumina's expression shifted slightly. "Professor Ru, your words sound different from usual. The reason no one has recorded the tower until now is that the equipment isn't advanced enough. What we need to discuss isn't regulations or policies, but how to utilize his abilities. I don't think this has anything to do with regulations anymore. So, Professor Yumina, can you explain the core of his abilities and technology so we can understand better? Cannon said with a predatory smile, causing the small robot to cover its mouth in fear. Then, Talia pressed further. Listen, Yumina, I've spent 200 years researching this field. Artifacts created outside the tower can't function inside it. Especially something requiring high precision like recording, it's simply impossible. Nothing can withstand the tower's magical waves. The deeper I researched, the more I believed it's an unchangeable law. Yumina replied softly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yuan did it. How did he do it? He's from a low-tier world with no magical energy. How is that logical? Why do you keep acting like he's special? Talia's eyes gleamed greedily at the robot on Yumina's shoulder. That's right, the registered artifact in the tower. Hand it over now. I'll dismantle it to see what technology he used to record. Talia put on gloves, as if ready to snatch the robot immediately. Yumina refused. I declined, Talia. I was entrusted with this artifact, but it's the result of a student's monumental achievement. I can't let anyone destroy it. With a resolute expression, the other professors bristled and turned to criticize her. Hey, Professor Yumina, are you refusing to cooperate? The meeting's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, a voice broke through, dispelling the heavy air. Now, this debate's getting a bit too heated. Everyone, let's cool down and pause for a moment. A well-dressed man with blue hair spoke with a bright smile. He was Xenon Union, head of the Babylon Star Department and vice president of the Academy. At his words, everyone fell silent in awe. Understood. Yes, Vice President, they nodded in response. Satisfied, Xenon turned to Talia. Professor Talia, I thank you for your 25 years of research and effort. For a professor as influential as you in the field of barriers, Yuan's artifact must seem quite extraordinary, right? Yes, I don't fully understand why, but it's true, Talia said, blushing. Xenon leaned back in his chair, nodding. I see. It must be hard for a professor to accept. In short, Yuan has been acknowledged by the tower, the only one in the world. He said excitedly. The others in the meeting, unconvinced, began shouting objections. Regardless of Xenon's authority, what kind of conclusion is that, Professor Xenon? That student entered the tower for the first time just the other day. How could someone like that be acknowledged by the tower? Isn't he from a low-tier world? Even as vice president, I think that's a ridiculous claim. Grumbles filled the room. But Xenon remained unfazed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor and shrugging. You're free to believe me or not, but the reason he's special is definitely because he has something more. With that, he turned to Yumina. Tell me, Professor Yumina, shouldn't you share something from the footage to help everyone understand better? At this, everyone turned to Yumina with curious expressions. There's something else? Does Professor Yumina have information not in the footage? Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Yumina stammered, at a loss for words. What? What's that? Seeing her flustered expression, Xenon explained with surprise. Oh, perhaps Professor Yumina doesn't know about it? Let me clarify. Yuan and his classmates are the only tower climbers chosen by the Star Watchers. The revelation caused an uproar among the professors in the meeting. Professor Talia shot up from her chair, exclaiming, Oh, so the first-time tower climbers from yesterday were chosen by the Star Watchers? Before Xenon could respond, Yumina quickly interjected, Vice President, forming a connection with the Star Watchers is a personal achievement of the students. If you speak carelessly here. But before she could finish, the Vice President cut her off with a counter-question. Then answer honestly. This is a question from me as Vice President. Did Yuan and the other students form a contract with the Star Watchers? Since this was a direct question from a superior, whether she wanted to or not, Yumina had to answer. Neither Yuan nor the other students formed a contract with the Star Watchers. Hearing this, Xenon fell into thought, as if pondering something. So they refused? Truly remarkable. It must have been difficult to stand firm against the pressure from the Star Watchers. With that, he clapped his hands and made a decision. If that's the case, fine. I'll have Yuan and all the students from Class 11 attend my private lectures. This decision met with immediate dissent from the other professors. What? Hold on, Vice President. Didn't you just say none of them formed a contract with the Star Watchers? So why is he getting advanced chemistry lessons? Hearing this, Xenon sighed in mild frustration, explaining to the clueless professors around him. Professors, the point isn't whether they formed a contract with the Star Watchers. It's that they were chosen. Being chosen is already proof of their exceptional nature. Since they rejected the contract, other Star Watchers will surely take notice of them. Doesn't that make them the perfect students for my lectures? I'm the instructor for students chosen by the Star Watchers. If U1 was chosen, he's my student too. Understood, professors? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed, exuding a pressure that left the professors with no choice but to agree. Yes, sir, they replied weakly. Seeing this, Xenon continued. Then I'll move on to the matter of the tower's internal video leak. There's nothing we, as the Academy, can impose as punishment on that student. Regarding his abilities, personal questions and requests will be permitted. But if we find anyone pressuring or disadvantaging the student, those involved, whether professor or student, will be expelled from the Academy. Please keep that in mind. With that, the meeting is adjourned. I hope everyone has a great rest of the week. With a smile, the vice president teleported out of the meeting room. Yumina pieced it together. Now I get it. This meeting wasn't about deciding how to handle U1. The vice president's words were the chairman's will. This was a warning from the chairman through the vice president. Don't touch U1. Well done, U1. I never imagined you'd gain the chairman's favor to this extent. I guess I don't need to worry. Yumina sighed, exasperated. Suddenly, Professor Cannon approached, suggesting, Professor Yumina, what do you say? Shall we grab a drink at the bar to celebrate your student's success? The small robot shot him an angry glare, as if questioning why he'd pressured her earlier only to shamelessly invite her for drinks now. Yumina looked at him as if he were air and left the meeting without a word. Seeing this, a few other male professors gave awkward smiles, consoling Cannon. Haha, looks like you got rejected, Professor Cannon. Come on, have a drink with us instead. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the cafeteria the next day. U1 was swarmed by students eager to get to know him. You're U1, right? I'm Maria from the Hatoro world. Interested in the student council? U1, want to trade some tips? I'm Yurik. You really came from a low-tier world with no mana? Are you listening? I'm asking you out. Meet me tonight. Should I note this down? The student council always welcomes talent like you. The barrage of questions left U1 dazed, unsure how to handle the overwhelming attention. Observing the scene, Dako asked curiously, What's going on? Why is it so crowded? Light stepped in to explain. You know that channel we made? It's gone viral. After posting the tower climbing video, we surpassed 2 million subscribers. The tower footage got over 5 million views. Right now, it's hard to find anyone in the Academy who hasn't seen our channel. Returning to Dako's thoughts, as she watched U1 being approached by so many people, she mused, honestly, compared to his abilities, I didn't think the filming was that impressive. But seeing how everyone's reacting, U1's ideas and skills really stand out. Finally, U1 escaped the crowd, collapsing onto the table in exhaustion and complaining to his friends. Ugh, it's only Monday morning, and it's already like this? Rachel smiled, praising him. Great job, U1. Light teased. Wow, U1's super famous now, huh? Enjoying it? Probably still better than getting dragged into drama just for breathing. U1 suddenly remembered something and said to Light, By the way, you've got a lot of fans too. If someone talks to you, be a bit nicer. They say they're too scared to approach you. Light grinned. If they come with good intentions, no problem. But not everyone was a fan of U1's group. Some sneered, ridiculous, making a fuss over a staged video. No way they cleared 4 floors in such a short time, especially those from low-tier worlds. Look at the size of that spider, obviously fake. How are they letting this nonsense run wild? Just wait, tomorrow all that mess will be exposed. They shot U1 malicious glances. The reminder jogged U1's memory. Oh, tomorrow's the day I have to fight that hulking guy. After the conversation, those who doubted the video or disliked U1 were surely hoping he'd get crushed tomorrow. Light and Rachel looked visibly worried, but aside from cheering him on, there was little they could do. Meanwhile, Dako, having finished her meal, wiped her mouth with a napkin and smirked. Then you just have to give your best shot to both your haters and supporters, right? U1 burst out laughing. Haha, you're right. At the same time, He reminded himself, at least tomorrow's a great chance to attract more subscribers. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the training arena. Yu-Won faced his opponent, nicknamed Stoneface. The referee, Du Song, announced, "This match will be live-streamed on the Academy's channel. Do both of you agree?" If they agreed, they only needed to sign the document. A system screen appeared before them. Reading the terms, Yu-Won couldn't hide his surprise. What? What are these cautionary terms for the match? If one of us surrenders or can't continue, the match ends. Attacking vital areas is prohibited, but injuries are at our own risk. Are they saying we fight until one of us is crippled? The more he thought about it, the less he understood the Academy's policies. But before he could dwell on it, his opponent spoke up. "Hey, negotiator." The sudden voice caught Yu-Won off guard, and he asked, "What? Negotiator? Are you really a subscriber to our channel?" Without answering, the idol sneered. "Scared already? If you're afraid, just surrender now. Crawl between my legs and bark like a dog, and I'll accept it." His delusional words made Yu-Won's eyes widen. This stone-headed guy, what the hell is he talking about? Around them, the thugs who had previously been taught a lesson by Light were present, jeering. "This lowlife dares to cause a scene here. Tear him to pieces." In another corner, Hector, also known as Optima, was in the stands observing. At that moment, he looked at Dako with a thoughtful gaze, as if something was on his mind. Unaware of this, Dako turned to ask Light, who was live streaming on their channel. "How's the reaction?" Light answered with an awkward expression. "The live viewership has exceeded 10,000, but most of them are cursing Yu-Won." Rachel said worriedly, "Everyone's targeting Yu-Won. It's so unfair." But Dako seemed unfazed, thinking to herself, "Honestly, this isn't surprising. At best, the people who like us can be counted on one hand, so this reaction isn't unexpected. When so many people are watching, Yu-Won has no choice but to prove himself. Either way, to prove his talent, he has to rely on his own effort." Returning to Yu-Won's perspective, Hector's words made him chuckle, thinking, "Crawl through his legs and bark like a dog? Haha, no way. I never thought I'd hear something straight out of a third-rate novel." Yu-Won felt that if he didn't respond to this idiot, he'd be annoyed. "Hey, did you prepare that line just to provoke me? It sounded cool, but do you have the strength to back it up?" Hector responded with a challenging smirk. "Heh, I wonder how long you can keep that calm act." Yu-Won shrugged, walking forward and saying, "Whether I'm calm or not, come find out." With that, he drew his sword from his inventory and gestured provocatively at Hector. This action made Hector grind his teeth, his blood boiling with the urge to crush Yu-Won immediately. He demanded of the referee, "Professor, start the match already. Let me pulverize this guy. Hurry up and announce the start." His voice, dripping with killing intent, made the professor sweat nervously, quickly complying. "Very well, Class 1 or versus Class 11, Yu-Won. Begin the match." As soon as the words were spoken, Hector charged, launching the first attack. He clenched his massive fist, swinging his arm like a sledgehammer straight at Yu-Won's smaller frame. "Die!" Hector roared, as if aiming to send Yu-Won to the underworld in one blow. But Yu-Won, witnessing the attack, calmly thought, "Pretty confident, huh? But with such slow moves, what can you do to me? His sluggishness is my advantage." With that, Yu-Won stepped back, twisting his body to dodge. At the same time, his sword struck Hector's face, sending it jerking to the side and causing his massive body to crash to the ground. Against a rock-like opponent, the most effective approach was the movement technique he'd learned. At that moment, Yu-Won recalled a memory from the night after his date with Rachel during a training session with Class 11. Dako's voice echoed as she instructed him, "Before using this technique, there were too many trials and errors. If you settle for that, it's just a half-baked skill. When facing a new opponent or attack, you need to use agility. It might feel overwhelming, but stay calm and read their movements. To master it, you have to train to use this movement technique anytime." Under Dako's sharp tone, Yu-Won trembled like a frightened lamb, tears welling in his eyes. Back in the present, Yu-Won focused, analyzing. "This dumb rock can't even touch me. An ineffective attack will expose openings immediately." On the other side, Hector, still reeling, couldn't comprehend how he'd been hit so easily. "Wait, what was that?" he shouted. But as he staggered to his feet, the stone-like skin on his face began to crack, causing him to clutch it and scream in pain. Yu-Won nodded in satisfaction. That strike worked well. Before attacking, I infused the sword with wave energy. Your stone-hard body conducts wave energy perfectly, so that's why it hurt so much. In response, Hector's eyes burned with rage, and he roared like a rabid dog. You dare damage my body? Seeing this weakling still barking, Yu-Won stepped forward coldly, saying, Sorry, but can you stop whining and attack? If you don't want to get humiliated further, just give up. To an arrogant fool like Hector, how could he tolerate such mockery? Trembling with fury, he suddenly swung his massive arm without warning, trying to grab Yu-Won. But with such snail-like speed, how could he touch Yu-Won? With a light leap, Yu-Won easily dodged. This enraged Hector even more. You, a lowly dog from a lesser dimension, dare to mock me? His eyes darkened like ink, and white smoke spewed from his mouth and the cracks on his head. Without warning, Hector activated some kind of skill, his already large hand growing several times bigger. I'll kill you, he bellowed, slamming it down. The impact shook the arena, but making his hand bigger only made him slower. The attack posed no threat to Yu-Won. He scoffed inwardly, so stupid. After taking such a heavy hit, shouldn't you at least try a different approach? If you keep using the same ineffective attacks, I'll counter and take you down in no time. Unaware of Yu-Won's thoughts, Hector had completely lost it. He launched into a frenzied attack, devoid of any strategy. Meanwhile, Yu-Won circled to the side, steadily channeling energy into his sword. Just as Hector's massive hand came crashing down, Yu-Won swung his sword upward, striking the stone arm. With a single swing, he carved countless slashes into the giant arm, causing it to crack in multiple places. Hector screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In another scene, Vice President Xenon, observing the match from his office, gave a faint smile and shook his head. What's this? Truly a pointless fight. Not only him, but the crowd that had previously mocked Yu-Won was left dumbfounded by the fight's progression, flooding the comments with question marks, much to Light's delight. Haha. Even seeing it with their own eyes, they probably can't believe it. Rachel chimed in excitedly. Exactly. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yu-Won's become unbelievably strong. The group of thugs Light had once taught a lesson to started tugging at their hair in disbelief. Is this for real? How is Hector getting beaten right from the start? And by someone from a low-tier world? Were the skills in that channel actually real? They muttered, faces full of doubt. The referee, Professor June, watched the events unfold in silence, wondering, what the hell is going on? Just a week ago, he wasn't this strong. What happened in those few days? His gaze fell on Yu-Won, who was enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. But before he could observe further, he received a message from the professor's council. Returning to Yu-Won, seeing Hector lying pitifully on the ground, he thought, what now? Attacking a heavily injured guy who can't move is pretty embarrassing. Get up and keep fighting. Before Yu-Won could dwell on it, Professor June raised his hand to intervene. That's enough. Stop. Based on the decision of the observing professors, we declare Hector unfit to continue for the safety of both parties. The match ends here. The announcement shocked both Hector and Yu-Won, especially Yu-Won. Something felt off about the professor ending the match at such a critical moment. What are they talking about? If I were the one getting beaten, they probably wouldn't do anything. Yu-Won scoffed inwardly, then spoke up. Assistant Professor, wait a moment. But June immediately shut him down. You have no right to object, Yu-Won. The match is over. Leave the arena now. His firm tone angered Yu-Won, but he couldn't defy the professor's counsel. Reluctantly, he turned to leave, thinking, so annoying, but at least I didn't lose. It's fine for now. But at that moment, June's panicked voice caught his attention. Wait, Hector, stay down. You can't fight anymore. The match is over. Yu-Won turned back to see Hector's battered, trembling body struggling to stand. He roared, who said that? You want me to kneel before a lowlife from a lesser world and be humiliated? That bastard. I'll kill him. With that, he activated a skill, causing his right arm to swell massively as he charged like a tank, the arena floor cracking with each step. June stood helplessly behind, shouting like a weakling, Stop! Get out of the way. For Yu-Won, the unfair treatment already irritated him. Now, with Hector ignorantly charging again, he wasn't about to take it lying down. He drew his sword from his inventory, muttering, Get out of the way? Why should I? This guy's trying to kill me, isn't he? He heard them tell him to stop, didn't he? If it's an opponent from a low-tier world, does he think he doesn't have to follow the rules? The professors encouraged the fight, then ended it on their whim. Now, some idiot's ego is driving him crazy. The way this place operates is really starting to piss me off. With these thoughts, Yuan's eyes turned cold. He swung his sword swiftly forward, instantly severing Hector's stone arm. This left Hector wide-eyed in shock. A second later, he clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony. The students in the stands gasped, their mouths agape in astonishment. Seeing Hector whimpering like a puppy, June rushed over to calm him. It's okay, stay calm. Hector, your arm can be reattached. I'll send you to the infirmary right away, don't move. He operated the system screen, contacting the medical team. At the same time, Yuan received a system notification. Would you like to steal the following traits from Hector's arm? Vitality, Titan body, volcano, monster strength. Seeing the message, Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. What's this? Is this even allowed? As Yuan pondered, June completed the process, teleporting Hector and his severed arm to the infirmary. After finishing, he turned to confront Yuan. What was that, Yuan? I told you to get out of the way. Yuan calmly sheathed his sword, shrugging. Sorry, Assistant Professor June, but it happened so suddenly after the match ended. I couldn't react in time. June didn't buy the excuse. He barked like an angry dog. That's your excuse? But before he could say more, a call screen appeared beside him. From it, Xenon's calm yet authoritative voice spoke. That's enough, Assistant Professor June. I'll handle the questions from here. Hearing this, June suppressed his frustration and replied meekly, Yes, I understand. The screen turned to Yuan, and Xenon's voice, steady but stern, continued. Hello, Yuan. I'm speaking on behalf of the professors. We saw everything. From now on, I'll ask the questions, and you'll answer. Think carefully and answer honestly. Xenon paused, his gaze icy as he looked at Yuan. That reckless attack of yours, you could have dodged it, couldn't you? With your skills, you could have avoided it easily. The gap in strength between you two was so significant that the council decided to end the match. So, give us an answer we can accept. Why didn't you dodge the attack, Yuan? Xenon asked with a cold expression. Yuan felt a surge of tension. Facing Vice President Xenon's question, he didn't rush to answer, but carefully considered his response. Even though I've mastered the skill of wielding the power of words, I've never deeply thought about the soul of language itself. Feeling the immense pressure from the question through the screen, Yuan wondered, who is this guy, really? Then he spoke up. As you all guessed, I didn't dodge Hector's attack. Instead, I chose to counterattack because I saw a student blatantly disrespecting the professor's authority and acting smug about it. He deserved consequences. Xenon raised an eyebrow, surprised. You're talking about the professor's authority? Yuan nodded. Yes. In an official sparring match where rules must be strictly followed, I wanted to ensure no student would dare disregard the rules or think they could ambush an opponent without punishment. Xenon, intrigued, pressed further, why? Yuan calmly explained his perspective. Because many students and people from other dimensions are watching this match. Hector deliberately ignored the announcement to stop and continued to pursue me. If I had just passively dodged, it would spread the wrong idea that when fighting someone from a lesser dimension, the rules don't need to be followed. Though it was a split-second decision, I believe my actions were entirely justified. I upheld the Academy's rules. Yuan's response was sharp, cleverly using the Academy's honor as a shield, making Xenon smile inwardly. Haha, a smart answer. He knows many people are listening and turned a personal issue into a matter of the Academy's integrity. I can't refute that logic. But Xenon's voice remained authoritative. Student Yuan, students who disregard sparring rules deserve punishment. However, deciding who gets punished is the responsibility of me and the Academy, not a student like you, correct? His words made Yuan's expression darken. Assistant Professor June smirked triumphantly. See that? No matter how slick you talk, your opponent is the vice president. You're done for, Yuan. Yuan understood the situation. He couldn't oppose the vice president's authority, so he chose to concede. You're right, Professor. If my actions infringed on the professor's authority, I apologize. Regardless, I'm ready to accept any punishment. Xenon chuckled. His tone softened. Haha, punishment? No, It's not a big deal. I wasn't planning to discuss punishment from the start. I was just curious about what you were thinking when you acted. Xenon paused, his sharp gaze assessing Yuan. This kid has a way with words and the resolve to sway the Star Watchers to his side. Xenon concluded. In the end, the fault lies with Ector, who ignored the announcement to stop and tried to attack you. I acknowledge that Yuan's actions were in self-defense. In the stands, Light and Rachel cheered for the victory. June, stunned, tried to protest, "Professor, but what he—" Before he could finish, Xenon cut him off. "Enough, Assistant Professor June. You should stop this shameful behavior. If you had intervened from the start and kept him under control, this might not have happened, right? You bear responsibility too." June paled, unable to say more. Xenon wrapped up. "Reattaching Ector's arm isn't difficult, so let's end it here. To the students watching, please return to your seats and focus on the next activities. As for Yuan, good work. You may leave." Surprised at being let off so easily, Yuan stood dazed for a few seconds, bowed in thanks, and quickly left. At that moment, Xenon's whisper reached his ear. "See you soon." The comment piqued Yuan's curiosity, and he glanced back at the screen before joining his friends. Seeing Yuan's easy victory, Light and Rachel were thrilled. "There you are, Yuan. Welcome back. That swordplay at the end was awesome." Light praised. Rachel sighed in relief. "More importantly, I'm glad you're not hurt." Yuan nodded. "You guys were out here? Thanks for cheering me on. Fighting those elite monsters in the tower really paid off, didn't it?" On the other side, Dako chimed in. "I love the fight. You've gotten stronger, huh? How does it feel to unlock new power? Is it more useful?" Yuan scratched his head, grateful. "All thanks to your constant, mysterious training drills." But Dako cut him off, her eyes narrowing, voice serious. "Not that. His arm. You absorbed it, didn't you?" Her words made Yuan's face stiffen. He recalled that earlier, he had chosen to absorb the power from Ector's arm. "Just to be safe, I'll take a bit first." Yuan had thought, confirming the action. The system notified. Absorbed. Vitality 22.9, Body 27.9, Titan 14, Volcano 14, Monster Strength 14. Giant and Volcano are attributes humans cannot possess. Seeing the notification, Yuan was stunned for a few seconds. Back in reality, he admitted to the group. "Up until now, I couldn't control attributes from living beings at will. But it seems I can steal certain parts by severing them. In the end, I chose to absorb the power from Ector's right arm," Yuan said, his face heavy with guilt. Dako responded coldly. "Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like your soul's been drained?" Yuan shared. "At first, I was happy to get stronger, but thinking it over, it doesn't feel right. Because, in the end, I cut off a human's arm, not a monster's. Feeling happy after severing someone's arm to gain power. It doesn't feel normal or okay." His voice dropped, tinged with deep sadness. Rachel grew worried, but Dako snapped him out of it. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hold your head up. He tried to kill you. The price was his arm. You won, he lost. The result is clear. No matter who it is, if someone tries to take your life, you don't need to go easy on them." "Got it." Dako's firm words snapped Yuan back to reality, clearing his mind. He smiled and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Haha. Sorry, everyone, I was overthinking." Seeing Yuan return to normal, Dako grumbled. "Worrying about that stuff is pointless anyway. What if I went around collecting an arm from each of those rumored special-class thugs? Steal their power, spare their lives, but crush their spirits." Hearing her terrifying idea, Yuan gave a strained laugh. "Haha, you're scaring me now." Light shook his head, teasing. "Yuan, don't worry, compared to Dako, you're still way more human." This made Dako glare at both of them. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Ignoring them, a notification screen appeared before Yuan. He exclaimed, "Oh no, what's this now?" His shout drew the attention of all three. Before Yuan's eyes was a notification about a class led by Professor Xenon. He broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, a mandatory supplementary course with no right to refuse. The Babylon Star course by Professor Xenon was designed for senior students from the 4th year and above. Through the screen, Xenon's voice rang out. How to gain support from the Star Watchers. How to negotiate contracts more skillfully. Useful knowledge and preparation to avoid the wrath of the Star Watchers. How to switch Star Watchers, and so on. This special course welcomes Class 11 to join. Time passed, and Yu1's group moved forward. But those around them cast unfriendly glances. Hey, look, the low-tier group is passing by. That guy's acting so smug, it's annoying. Someone spoke up. However, another person had a different take. Really? Even if he's low-tier, he looks decent. His duel was pretty sharp. But why are they here? This is the fourth-year floor. The comment made others pause. Yeah, you're right. This floor only has Professor Xenon's lecture hall. Seeing his friends quiet under the gossip, Yu1 spoke up to break the gloomy atmosphere. Have I told you guys? In my world, there's a saying that the more you're cursed, the longer you live. Dako looked at him like he was a toddler. Huh? Then you must be immortal by now, she teased. Light frowned, grumbling about the others. Those cowards talking behind our backs. Think we're deaf or something. Rachel tugged at Yu1's sleeve, whispering, Are you okay, Yu1? After yesterday, I'm worried people will shun you. They don't understand you and are already spreading rumors. Her eyes glistened as if she might cry. To Yu1, it seemed like she was the one needing comfort. It's fine, Rachel. It's a bit upsetting, but it's better than being looked down on like before. Don't worry too much. Thanks for caring. Yu1 patted Rachel's head, noticeably improving her mood. But the brief moment of warmth was cut short by Dako's teeth grinding. Haha, you two went out for the weekend and are already so in sync, huh? Her words made Light's hair stand on end, and he sidestepped away. Dako glared at Rachel, asking, You like the outfit Yu1 gave you that much? If you want to get cozy, do it somewhere else. Surprisingly, Rachel shot back, Jealous? Her words left Yu1 wide-eyed. Dako bristled like an angry cat, her voice sharp. Haven't you had enough of getting beaten in training? Seeing this, Rachel hid behind Yu1, but her eyes remained defiant. Poor Yu1 had to mediate. Hold on, calm down. Dako, we're about to start class. Don't start a fight. Rachel, seeing Yu1 take her side, glanced at Dako and taunted, As if you didn't bully me first. This made Dako tremble with rage. Yu1 sighed, glaring at both of them. You too, Rachel. Time passed, and the scene shifted to outside a room. Yu1 asked, This is the Babylon Star Lecture Hall, right? We're not late, are we? Light said worriedly. Hey, Yu1, this class was held last week too. Low-tier freshmen like us joining mid-session. What will the seniors think? Yu1 grinned. What's there to worry about? They'll think we're genius underclassmen. With that, Yu1 opened the door and stepped into the lecture hall. The moment they entered, every eye in the room turned to them. The pressure was so intense that even Dako acknowledged the seniors' strength. As expected, their abilities can't be underestimated. Unlike Dako's calm demeanor, Rachel nervously gripped Yu1's hand. His face paled with anxiety. Compared to his friends, he saw more. My God, I knew this was a class for elite students. But what's this? Before Yu1's eyes, countless unclear notifications displayed the terrifying power of the seniors. His current abilities weren't enough to assess them. The system notified, You have successfully understood a portion and interpreted the concept held by a transcendent being. Comprehension of the Book of Poisons has reached 137. Unaware of Yu1's thoughts, Professor Xenon, seeing the freshmen arrive, spoke up. Welcome, Class 11. I'm delighted you could join us. Hello, everyone. I'm Xenon, your supervising professor. Feel free to take any empty seat. Yu1 recognized the voice from his duel with Hector. After the group sat down, Xenon began his lecture. In the syllabus provided, the course's goal is simple, to understand the origin of the Tower and the Star Watchers. Since we have underclassmen today, we'll focus on the Tower. At first glance, the Tower seems to lack rules or an end. But in reality, it's like a living entity. When climbing the Tower, you overcome trials to access hidden treasures or secrets within. You might think you're earning rewards for passing challenges, but that's not true. You're not hunting treasures. The Tower prepares them for you to receive. Its purpose is to select the most outstanding individuals with superior items, special treasures, or transcendent miracles. The Tower seeks those who strive to understand it, revealing secrets to those who comprehend it. A fundamental condition for intelligent beings capable of advanced reasoning. Hearing the vice president's words, Yu1 scoffed inwardly. Nonsense. A fragile system disrupted by an irregular intruder through unconventional means? Living and thinking, choosing people for the Tower? Isn't that overblown? How can anyone believe that? But he suddenly fell silent. He recalled the events from climbing the tower, pondering. Wait, the principal's mass letter was sent right after an intruder entered the tower. We assumed the anomaly in room 4's spider swarm was caused by the intruder. But thinking deeper, the difficulty in room 1 was strange. The thing that killed Lai was definitely an elite monster. If the tower only became abnormal after room 4 and the intruder caused trouble, the hellish difficulty in rooms 1, 2, and 3 makes no sense. What's really going on? Could the tower actually be like a living entity? It's a crazy idea, but if we change the premise, what if the difficulty wasn't caused by the intruder, but by something else? Could it be because of that? Was the hellish difficulty arranged by the tower for us? Or because I'm a descendant of the tower's master? God, that sounds so narcissistic it's meaningless. The more he thought, the more Yu-Won scratched his head in frustration, prompting Light to whisper, "What's wrong, Yu-Won?" Though Xenon continued his lecture, his eyes stayed on Yu-Won. Noticing the boy's restless expression, Xenon flashed a mysterious smile. Yu-Won rubbed his chin, deep in thought. No need to overthink it. If the tower chooses its climbers like the professor says, there's no better environment than this. At the very least, our class faces tough attitudes and unique challenges. High risk, high reward. The tower's rewards must be on another level. TCH, I still can't wrap my head around the idea. What's this class even about? Catching Yu-Won's confused expression, Vice President Xenon spoke up. Have you figured something out? Some students don't realize it after years, but you noticed that orb on your first day auditing. As expected, you're sharp, Yu-Won. Truly, even as first years, Class 11 is qualified to attend this lecture. Xenon raised his hand, pulling a floating purple orb from above the classroom, continuing, I have a question for you, Yu-Won. What do you see in this orb? The cryptic question made Yu-Won examine the orb, but the system information only showed unknown. He answered awkwardly, I don't see anything. Xenon smiled. Focus harder. Check again. Yu-Won shook his head. Still nothing. Xenon advised. Try focusing again. There must be something you can see. Try to unlock the orb's secret. After staring intently, Yu-Won began to perceive a few concepts. Shield, severance, protection. Beyond that, he couldn't grasp more. It seems I still don't fully understand, Yu-Won said, frowning. Xenon, knowing he'd reached his limit, responded, I see. Well done. Now close your eyes and rest. Yu-Won sighed in relief. Xenon was amazed by what Yu-Won had perceived. I didn't expect him to uncover 3 of the orb's abilities. He's no ordinary student. Now I understand why the principal pays attention to him. He asked further, Do you understand what this is? Not at all, Yu-Won replied bluntly. His honesty threw Xenon off slightly. You're quite frank, but you should think more deeply. I emphasize to everyone, in this class and in life, expanding your mindset and imagination is crucial. Broadening your thinking directly relates to expanding your power. To wield higher-level abilities, you must develop your mental strength and strive to understand what lies behind it. You must cultivate your ability to think. Even if the results aren't immediate, never stop. The advice left Yu-Won puzzled. Never stop thinking? What does that have to do with the orb? He asked directly. If someone has high perception or imagination, can they control this orb? The question made Xenon's eyes flash with surprise, but he nodded. Exactly. If you understand the structure of all things, analyze, and develop your ability to expand, this orb can turn you into a pseudo-deity. The class fell silent. No one reacted enthusiastically, as if still processing his words. Seeing the students' blank faces, Xenon laughed. Haha. It may be hard to grasp now, but through study, you'll understand. This is the core material of my lectures, closely tied to simulating Star Watcher warfare. All right, that's all for today. Your assignment, imagine practical applications for this. See you next week. Returning to Yu-Won, the amount of knowledge he absorbed from the lecture was practically zero. He scratched his head, too complicated. Gods are gods, but what's a pseudo-deity? Principles of becoming a god. Is it because of the year difference? This class is too hard. He grumbled inwardly. The students gradually left the lecture hall. Light turned to the group. Let's go. Outside, Yu-Won still didn't understand the lecture and asked, Can someone explain what that class was about? Light stared at him. Huh? I thought you'd naturally summarize it for us. A familiar voice cut in. So, the lecture's over? Yu-1 jumped, turning to shout, Optima, what are you doing here? In response, the blonde noble gave a disdainful look. Lowlife, shut it. I'm the one asking questions. He glanced around, asking, where is she? The group was confused. Light asked dreamily, she? Don't tell me. An image of someone flashed in their minds. Dako's voice rang out. Why are you all making a fuss? Dako approached, curiously eyeing the crowd, but her gaze quickly locked onto Optima. She spoke casually. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Seeing Dako, Optima rushed forward, looking straight at her and speaking solemnly. Dako, right? Dako crossed her arms, unfazed. Yeah, so what? Optima continued. I have business with you. His words slightly annoyed Dako. Another duel challenge? If you want to die, I won't stop you, but fighting in the academy is tough. But Optima's next move was beyond imagination. He dropped to one knee, pulled a bouquet of beautiful roses from his inventory, and offered them to Dako, speaking formally. Dako, I'd like to ask you out on a date. His face flushed with embarrassment. Yu-1's group gaped, sweating nervously, worried for Optima for daring to say this to Dako. Her face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot.